diligent, to the diligent folks who are trying desperately to get us some screens going. In the meantime, we do have people online who can see the room and hear us, and we'll be able to hear them, and we may be able to get the screens going as well. But let's start with roll call this morning.
Stephanie, I know you're tied up.
Alvin Vandenbrink.
Here.
Gary Dennison.
Present.
Doug Mongard.
Here.
John Ely. Kathy Chandler Henry.
Present.
Mark Kaplan. Mark Rober. Mike Richard.
Here.
Reeve Hazard.
Here.
Scott McGinnis.
Here. Here. Whatever.
Steve Beckley. Taylor Haas. Tom Gray.
Yep.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Just as a preliminary matter, we are scheduled to have action items through about 1:20 today. And I just want to make sure, because we're missing several directors, is there anybody who is presently at the meeting who is unable to stay until about 1:30? If there is, we can move the policy discussion. We don't actually expect action, just discussion, so we could move the policy discussion to the end and have, take the community funding partnership and the project operation updates first, if anybody's leaving, but I didn't even leave by 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I don't back.
Okay. Well, if it's all right with you, Madam President, I would suggest flipping those items, so hopefully staff hears that. We're gonna put the annual policy review discussions after the project operations updates. So, all right, with that.
All right, our first agenda item is a presentation from Aaron Light, Division 6 engineer, and you want to do any sort of intro?
Yeah, I just want to thank Aaron for coming down. As the board will recall, we occasionally try to bring in our division engineers, and Aaron and I have been talking for several of the last quarters about trying to get her here, and our schedules finally coincided, probably because Aaron has agreed to miss a bunch of other meetings that she has, so I appreciate that. It's just an opportunity to hear directly from our division engineers who, within the district, and understand kind of from their perspective what their priorities are and what's happening in their division. And maybe a little bit of a crystal ball as to what they see coming our way and the way of water users in the district. So, Aaron, thank you for being here, and I'll turn it over to you.
Well, and thank you, Andy, for giving me this opportunity. I know last year I attempted to be here, and I think I ended up having to do it virtually, but it's great to be here in person. I do have several slides to go through, and some of them, for those who attended the Stay at the River, a couple of them are repeat slides, but hopefully not boring for those who attended those meetings. But generally, I do really hope to have an open discussion, so if there's anything that you want to talk more about as I go through this, please speak up. So just to give you a little background on myself, just a minute, we got to see how to advance the slides. Somebody's going to need to help me. Audrey, can you help me advance the slides? But first of all, I should just, instead of just jumping right in, I have been with the Division of Water Resources here in about a month. It'll be 23 years with the Division of Water Resources the whole time in Division 6. I started out as the hydrographer and then moved into the assistant division engineer position. And then those who have been at DWR for a while would have known Robert Plaska, who was my predecessor. And after he retired in 2006, I then was appointed as the division engineer, and it was Hal Simpson actually that appointed me as the division engineer. I think I'm the only division engineer still around that was appointed by Hal Simpson. Everybody else has either been appointed by Dick Wolf or Kevin Ryan. So there's a little bit of background on myself. Maybe as she's figuring out how we're gonna advance these slides, I will just try to we'll work through this without the slides. We'll do our best. And I don't know how many of you might even have the presentation up on your computers, but I was gonna cover several things, and I was gonna go through a little bit of a water outlook. I wanted to start by looking back at 2023, having it been such a wet year. And I'm trying to think now if I ended up sharing some photos, and I should have. I don't think I put it in my presentation. It was interesting. Last year I took a photo of my deck on April 9th, and this year I took a photo of my deck on April 11th. 2 days difference, but the snow was up to the top of my railing on my deck in 2023, so a year ago. And a few days ago on the 11th, there was, my deck was showing. I mean, there were spots of snow. And though today is not a bad, this year's not a bad snow year, it just shows how different it was in 2023. And I think one big distinction was the lower lying snow in 2023 that made such a big difference, and I live just outside of Steamboat, but just a lot of low lying snow last year. So these are the topics I'm gonna go over, and we'll just get started looking at water outlook. And I maybe shouldn't call it water outlook, because the first thing I want to do is take a look at the White River and the Yampa River and where we sat in 2023. I always look at the Watson gauge in Utah for the White River because it has such a long period of record, and then I also look at the Maybell gauge because it has a very long period of record. And so when I say long, they're both over 100 years of data on those two gauges. So the White River near Watson, Utah gauge, the 2023 year really produced quite a bit of water, ranking in the 16th out of the over 100 years of data. So I just took 100 years of the annual volume of water that went past that White River gauge and then ranked it. And 2023 showed up as 16th. And then I also highlighted 2019 just because that was our most recent or last wet year that we had. Take a look too at the average there. That's the average volume of water that goes past that gauge. It's just under 500,000 acre feet. And I think you'll see the big contrast as I move to the next slide. And that's the Yampa River near Maybell, where the average is 1.1. So over twice as much water is produced in the Yampa River. And I have a couple slides from this one. You'll see some other interesting differences between the White and the Yampa River near Maybell. Here you can see the Yampa River near Maybell, what the volume of water that went past that gauge in 2023 was 1.5 million, or just over 1.5 million acre feet, and that ranked 15th. Keep in mind, everyone, too, that the Yampa River near Maybell does not include the Little Snake River. You'd have to go down to the Deer Lodge gauge, which is below where the Little Snake River comes in. So this is not the entire volume of the Yampa River right here. This is just a portion of it. But everybody does refer to the Maybell gauge, because I'll call it our compact gauge. It's an article under the Upper Colorado River Compact, and we have a limitation under that article. So it's the more highly referenced gauge on the Yampa River. So, so just keep that in mind. The Yampa River does produce even more water than this.
Aaron, I was just looking at that. If I'm not mistaken, the year that Lake Powell had to have plywood added to the top of the dam was after the 83, 85, and 86 some consecutive years that were similar to 2023.
Yeah.
So if we could just get 3 of those again.
Get another 1984 and a couple of those. Yeah. Or that 2011 was amazing too. So, So this is just showing what 2023 looked like. This is the White River gauge, and so the red line is representing the historic average. The 2023 is in the blue, and you can see that the historic average, annual average is 2,000 CFS, and in 2023 you can see we peaked and we peaked a little early on the White River, and we peaked at almost 3,500 CFS. And then moving on to the Yampa River near Maybell, that's looking just at the average flows on a given day. And then you can see The average flows peak at around 7,000 CFS on the Yampa. And in 2023, we peaked at almost 16,000, and quite a bit, relative that the peak occurred pretty much the same time as the historic peak there, but you can see it's substantially higher in 2023. One thing I will just mention, and I'll go back to the White River gauge, is take note that despite the fact that 2023 was a great year, and you can see all that snowpack coming off, when you get into the later part of seasons, in late July, August, the flows still drop to average, if not even below average. And so we rely so heavily on that snowpack at the beginning of the year, but without the monsoonal rains, we're really still dropping below average. The snowpack doesn't have as much impact on that later season. That's the White River, and you really can see that here too. I'll have another graph that really focuses a little bit more on that August timeframe, and it'll be more obvious. Taking note too that the Maybelle gauge is always a little distorted, because that line right there is just what the gauge was reading. It does not take into account the fact that there is reservoir water in the river at that time that's been released from Elkhead Creek Reservoir. So if you remove that line would even be lower there on the graph. And this was the graph that I thought was really interesting to put up, because this compares the White River and the Yampa River. The Yampa River is in the solid line and the White River is in the dashed line, and just how starkly different they are as far as production of water. But what really interests me that I think so many people are not aware of is the base flows on the White River in the later season are substantially higher than the Yampa. And that's why I wanted to dig into this, just go a little bit, look more closely at the later part of the summer timeframe. So I'm looking from July 1st to the end of September, where again, the dashed lines represent the White River and the red lines are representing the Yampa. Keeping in mind what I did here with the yellow line, that's the reservoir water that's in the river. Still, the blue line is just flat out what's the gauge reading. But if you subtracted that quantity of water, that's the reservoir water, that line would even lower more. But it really is interesting, as Alden is fully aware, what would you say on average, maybe summertime base flows at Taylor Draw might be 300 CFS? And
on an average year.
on an average year, and on an average year on the Yampa, I'd say maybe 150.
Yeah.
And you can see that, we produce so much more water in the Yampa River, twice as much on an annual basis, but the base flows are half in the summer. And so it's really an interesting difference in hydrology there on the White. And something we've learned here recently too on the White is between the Boise Creek gauge and Taylor Draw, it's really a fairly solid gaining stream. Alden, would you say it's gaining the whole season between Boise Creek and the reservoir, or just certain times of year?
I'd say certain times of the year. February is where we do see it losing, but then that stream gauge just rose up. But
Yeah,
it is a gaining gauge. So
yeah, it's interesting because it's not that long of a distance between the two, the gauge and the reservoir. This is where we're sitting right now. This is, I think you have to pulled it on April 14th, and this is, I'm looking at the average, not the median here. And you can see that we're really, other than a little snake looking really good, we're right around average. The White River's a bit below average. Always the other basin of interest to me is the North Platte, since we cover the North Platte and they're below average as well. Typically on the North Platte, when we drop below average is when we see the call on the Michigan River, which is really about the only stream system that goes on call, and the North Platte, which is no small task. The North Platte, which includes the Illinois, has a substantial amount of structures on it, it's a substantial amount of water used for irrigation. So when that system goes on call, it's quite a bit of work for our staff. But I have to at least mention the North Platte a little bit. And then you can just, this is where we're sitting on the graph. This is now looking at the median for the entire basin, the little Snake, Yampa, and White. That's what they typically do. They combine those basins when you're looking at this, the NRCS. And really what I wanted to show here is that precipitous drop of in our snowpack here the last few days. Just like everybody else, we've been extremely warm. I think over the weekend, I know I was gone part of the weekend, it was probably 70 degrees in Hayden on Saturday would be my guess, and obviously we're going to lose snow quickly. And it'd be interesting to see, I know we got some precipitation on Monday and Monday night, but I don't know what impact that would have had on our snowpack. And I don't know if Doug was already here, but we got, probably about 2 inches at my house, probably 2 inches of really wet snow, but it rained quite a bit, from Monday night into Tuesday morning. Often, I'm gonna move on to staffing now, and I find sometimes when I'm in a presentation, people talk about staffing as a little bit, why are they talking about staffing? But I feel like I have to. You know, much like everybody else during the pandemic, we lost a tremendous amount of staff and went for a long time very, very short on staff. I think at one point we had 3 water commissioners. And that obviously presents a tremendous amount of challenge. But with only 3 water commissioners, and now we're up to our solid full staff of 9 water commissioners, and then other positions that have changed too. We have a tremendously new face in Division 6, so many new employees. Names that people might recognize, obviously Brian Romig, who was in Division 5 for a while, is still with me and has been for about 13 years. So he's still with me, and then people might recognize the name Sarah Myers and then Luke Fitzgerald, and those are my three long time employees, and long time being even only 5 years for Sarah and Luke. I think they're actually going on 6 years this summer, but so right now we are fully staffed in the Apparite Green basins, including my administrative assistant, and right now the only position I have vacant is a deputy water commissioner in the North Platte Basin. Which I will say is very challenging to hire deputy water commissioners that are only 6-month employees. I think Alden even knows that, because we've been challenged to hire the deputy in the White River, and finally we found a gal that's just working really wonderfully as our deputy there in the White. But the North Platte has been a real tough one, and actually our deputy in the White has been North Platte, has been vacant since the pandemic, since March of 2020. So that's just a position we've got to try to fill. Unfortunately, I recently advertised the position, and we only got 1 qualified candidate, who I am interviewing tomorrow. And then just some other changes. Some of you are probably aware, we did get 2 new positions last year from the legislature. We got a Yampa River Operations Coordinator position, and then we got a lead hydrographer and water measurement rule coordinator. Those are the 2 new positions we got, 2 full-time positions. Brian Romig was promoted into the coordinator position, and then we were able to, I was just feel so blessed that we were able to get Jacob Olson from Division 2 to fill our lead hydrographer and measurement rule coordinator position. Jacob was a water commissioner, a lead water commissioner in District 10, which is the Colorado Springs Fountain Creek area in the Arkansas in Division 2. He had also been a hydrographer for Division 2, so again, very, very, very fortunate that he came and joined our team in Division 6. Our hydrographer before this position was created and given to us, Willie Summers was in that position, and Willie Summers is now promoted into a PE position, and he's our water resources engineer. And with Brian moving up, his position became vacant, and Sarah Myers took his position. Sarah Myers was in District 44. I know Don worked quite a bit with Sarah on Elk Creek Reservoir releases, and I think several other people in the room are probably familiar with Sarah and working with her. And then her position then became vacant, and so Jeff Goebel recently joined us. He worked for the town of Frisco before and lived in Fairplay, and he's really excited to come to Craig. He has family in Craig, so it's going to be a great fit that he now has family in Craig, and hopefully be a nice stable addition to Division 6. Just to give a quick update on abandonment, I think as I was putting some of these slides together, I thought out where have I been spending all of my time lately, and all of my time has been really 2020 abandonment stuff has been starting to lighten up a little bit, thank goodness, because it was consuming a tremendous amount of my time, but also a lot of water court work. Water court work that's not even consultations. I unfortunately have not had a lot of opportunity to work on my consultations, which is just an always never-ending duty of the division engineer, I think. But we did have 55 protests for the 2020 abandonment, and I do think we here in Division 6 had the most number of cases filed, there were, protest cases filed. I think Division 3 may have been the second. But anyway, of the 55 cases, we have resolved 38 of those, so we got 17 remaining, and of those 38, when I say resolved, some folks just withdrew their protest. So you can say it's withdrawal or however you want to refer those, but we did have some people withdraw their protests. And I will just state that when we look at our abandonment, you have to remember that part of our list includes Water District 47. And, I think some people might run through our list and say, oh, there's pretty compact water rights in there. And well, that's not true because they're located in District 47. And so we have some very senior water rights in District 47 that were included on that list. And actually we had 28 of our protests came out of District 47. So just over half of our protests came from District 47. And of those 28, Silver Spur filed 11 protests. And Silver Spur is a very, very large landowner in the North Platte Basin. But that was just a really lot of work to get those 11 protests resolved. They have all been resolved, but it was as much work as it took. At the end result was really positive, I think, for both parties. So I was really excited about that. Of our 17 remaining cases that are still open and not resolved, 29 of those are 20 Mile Cove. And we'll get those cases resolved. It's just working with their attorney and to try to just move the cases along. But those ones will get resolved. I'm not worried about that. Of the remaining 8, I would say only 1 is not looking real great. I mean, I hope we can resolve it. I don't want to have to go to trial in any of these cases, but we'll see how that one protestant wants to try to resolve that case, and hopefully it's not pushing it to trial.
So District 47 is in North Platte?
North Platte, yes.
Thank you,
Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't clarify that.
How much time you said you spend on
A lot.
these? Sounds like it.
Bruce probably knows. Bruce helped me on some of those cases. So, just other water court cases, again, I feel like I've got to mention some of this stuff because it's just been so consuming of my time. We're in more cases, Division 6's opposers in more cases than I'm accustomed to. And I've just named a few of them here, literally this is just a few of them. And I did just, I think I want to mention the public service cases. Those 2 cases right there were actually set for trial in November. And we're getting closer to trial and realized, no, we're gonna be able to settle this case, and so we canceled the trial date. We didn't end up settling till, I think it was about the end of December, but we did settle those cases. Those cases involved only conditional water rights, they were diligence cases. But we ended up settling with some pretty strong terms and conditions of some activities they need to undertake in the next 6 years. And ultimately, that's what was to being able to settle was them making some commitments to take certain actions in the next 6 years. The KRSP case, I only mentioned that one. That just, again, took a lot of work, and we literally just settled that probably in the last 2 weeks. That has been re-referred to the judge, but we knew, when it was re-referred to the judge, we knew we were gonna be able to settle. And I'm not aware of some of the concerns of the other posers, but that one is before the judge right now. That was just a change of water right case on Peons Creek. Pretty common. For those who don't know, Karis Peons pretty much took over ExxonMobil and XTO. I think ExxonMobil may still have a few water rights up there, but Karis owns the bulk of them right now. And they have purchased a substantial amount of land between ExxonMobil, XTO purchased a substantial amount of land and its water rights and have changed them. This is the 3rd change of water right case. The first one being in 1998 and in 2005, and then this one. So, and then these other 2, Hoffman and Risconi, these are just 2 landowners that can't get along. And we ended up getting in those cases because they got re-referred to the judge at a time when we hadn't seen any proposed rulings, and our concerns in those cases hadn't been addressed. But unfortunately, those 2 cases have taken a substantial amount of our time. And actually 2 weeks ago, we were up here doing mediation with the parties. The trial was set for April, then trial was set for June, and we just keep pushing it off. And, interestingly, we don't do a lot of mediation in court cases, but, this is the second opportunity I've had for mediation, and, for what it's worth, it was really interesting. Our mediator was Aaron Clay, who I'm sure a lot of you know Aaron Clay, and I will tell you, if you need a mediator, he was actually excellent. We had our doubts, but he was a very good mediator. For those who don't know, Aaron Clay, he was the water referee in Division 4 for 20, I don't know, Andy, 25 years?
25, 30 years maybe
Yeah.
even, yeah.
Yeah. So, he wasn't sure he wanted to do the mediation because he wants to just be fully retired. but-
You keep saying that.
So, this next one is really interesting, you guys. For everyone that you're probably aware, the White River District 43 was always administered out of Division 6, but the water court was out of Division 5. And that was, I don't know when that started. I don't know if it was in the 1969 Act. I'm not really sure. But we always dealt with two water courts, Division 5 and Division 6, in the Division 6 office. And finally in 2009, it was August 2009, these cases were moved. The White River cases were moved into Division 6, which was appropriate to have both water court and water administration out of the same area. But one case lingered, and it was 060W243. The applicant was Whiting Oil and Gas. Then Whiting Oil and Gas was taken over by URSA, who was then taken over by TEP Rocky Mountain. So the current applicant is TEP Rocky Mountain. That case stalled for so long, and finally about 2 years ago, I told our attorney, I said, it's time for this case to move. This is ridiculous. I don't want any more Division 6 cases lingering around, or Division 5 cases lingering around. So our attorney worked with TEP's attorney, and they decided to amend the application in late 2022. We then got one other opposer in the case. Karis is the other opposer in the case, and Karis really felt that the venue should be changed. And so the engineers and Karis filed a joint motion to have the venue changed. It goes without saying TEP did not agree to that motion. And ultimately, that motion was put before the judge, and the judge just here a couple days ago ruled on the motion and agreed with us that the venue should be changed. So I'm very excited that that case is going to be moving in to Division 6. I think, unfortunately for TEP, it will probably have to be republished again in Division 6, which might mean more opposers. One other case that some of you may be aware of is the Mahogany Energy Resources case. That one is another very long-standing case for us anyway. That's probably the second longest standing case, the 17 case. This case involves moving a conditional water right to South Fork Reservoir water right, obviously located on South Fork of the White River all the way down to Wolf Creek Reservoir. Wolf Creek, and then there's a bar. Do you remember the bar something reservoir off of Yellow Creek?
Bar 7?
Bar 7.
Bardee.
Bardee Reservoir off of Yellow Creek. And so they're moving, I think it's 80-something miles down to the White River to Wolf Creek is what the distance is. But anyway, that case is still pending. The engineers are a party to that. They did recently make some changes to the application, and it had to be, because of the modifications they made to that application, it had to be amended and republished, and a few more opposers got into the case. So that one's gonna linger around for a bit longer, I think. Just moving quickly on to measurement rules. I probably told this group we did have 7 protesters, protests filed in the measurement rule case. This is just a list of the protesters. You can see that 2 are in the North Platte River Basin at City of Fort Collins and Jackson County Water Conservancy District. For those who aren't aware, the City of Fort Collins does own a ditch. It's the Michigan ditch right at the pass on top of Cameron Pass, so right on the divide there. And they filed an opposition or protest there, but that was really easy. They just more or less wanted to make sure that they were in compliance with the rules on that ditch. And so, anyway, and it was interesting, we really only had one private landowner, or water right owner file a protest, and that was Don Johnson, who owns Strawberry Hot Springs, and that was what his protest involved his water rights on the hot springs. So anyway, we were able to get through all those protests. The measurement rules case was set for trial in February, but all of these cases were resolved, those protests were resolved, and we didn't have to go through trial. And you'll see on one of my slides, the judge then entered an order making the rules effective on January 16th. One other thing just to note, it just seems like we've been really busy doing lots of different things, but Jacob Olson, who I mentioned earlier, has been putting on workshops for the measurement rules, and these are the workshops that we've been putting on. Obviously, they've occurred very recently. We'd have another workshop tomorrow in Rangeley. Attendance has been fairly good. I would have hoped we would have had a little bit bigger attendance in Meeker. We only had 28 attendees there, but that'll give you a sense of the number of people we've had come to these 4 meetings that we've had so far. Just going through this workshop on measurement. So a lot of work being done on these measurement rules, but things of note would be just be aware that we do have a form so that you can designate your structure inactive. If a person wants to designate their structure inactive, that form became live on Monday. So it's on the website, on our website, and available to be used by individuals. Why would somebody want to designate their structure inactive? We actually have had a lot of interest by people where they really either don't use their structure anymore, or they're just not finding it worth it for them to actually put in a head gate and put in a flume, so they just would rather designate it inactive. Obviously, the big question with that is, well, what does that do for abandonment in the future? And we feel like we're not going to use that. We're going to go through our abandonment process in 2023 as we would any other abandonment process. It's going to be no difference. It's just whether or not that inactive form and filing your active form is an indication of an intent to abandon. And that form actually indicates that we're not going to consider an intent or a non-intent to abandon. It's just, this is the form, we're not going to even consider it when it comes to intent to abandon. And then right now too, just trying to get a handle on what structures actually have to comply with the rules. And that seems like, well, Aaron, you already know that. The rules really encompass way more structures than we already currently maintain records on. And so now it's just getting a handle on all the structures that have to comply. Those structures that we've been maintaining records on, we already know. We already know who's not in compliance. And that's something just to note down the road, these rules do include wells. And I want to just mention the non-exempt wells that we will start to tackle here in a little bit. But if we think we have a problem in Division 6 with people not measuring their ditches and reservoirs, non-exempt wells are worse. If anybody has a non-exempt well permit, you will see, unless it's just a pond that's sitting there and you don't have a pump in it, you will see a requirement under the conditions of approval of your well permit. You have to have a meter, a totalizing flow meter on your well. This is a condition of a well permit. It's clear as day that it's required. The number of people that have non-exempt well permits and the measuring device in Division 6, I could probably count on one hand. They just don't know the condition of the permit. So that's an action we will take, but it'll be down the road. As I mentioned earlier, the judge signed our rules on January 16th, making those rules effective. And what does that mean? It starts putting deadlines in place. The rules establish a phase-in period of these rules, and I won't go through each one of these individually, but the phase-in, depending if it's a direct diversion from the river, just depending on what size of structure it is, you either have 1 year, 18 months, or 2 years to come into compliance. And this includes compliance with both a head gate and a measurement method, is what we use as our term in the rules. And then likewise for reservoirs that need to come into compliance, anything greater than 5 acre-feet has a year to come into compliance, and then anything less than 5 acre-feet has 2 years. So let's look at this. I mean, it's not every reservoir that's of some size that has to come into compliance. There's some exceptions. And I'll get to the exceptions here for those reservoirs on the next slide, but So those rules establish in Rule 3 what structures have to, well, which structures do not have to come into compliance for one reason or another. And obviously, those structures that have been deemed as inactive don't have to come in compliance. Pretty much for the wells, I would just say exempt wells, for the most part, don't have to come into compliance. Wells issued under 3792-602, which for the most part are exempt wells. This is the big one that I think is really, to me, I was very glad that we have this exception, because I think that is really helpful for our ranchers, that this exception exists, that if you have a reservoir or pond, regardless of what size, it can be 10 acre feet, it can be 30 acre feet, it can be 2 acre feet. If it's just used for livestock watering, wildlife watering, just, you kind of, I don't want to say in situ uses, because it's not, but just those general uses for livestock and wildlife watering, you're exempt from the rules. And I really think that's going to be very helpful for our ranchers, that they don't have to come into compliance for those types of reservoirs. The only thing would be, though, is if your reservoir does intercept groundwater, or if it's off channel and is fed by a ditch, they still have to come into compliance. And then this last exception, I won't read through this, but, for the most part, what we are trying to capture here are, springs are gonna be the big ones, springs that are just used for serving a domestic dwelling or filling up a livestock tank or something like that, are gonna be exempt from the rules. Similarly, we have a lot of people, like in the city of Steamboat Springs, who just have a water right to put a pump in, butcher knife, and irrigate their lawn. They're exempt from the rules. And again, I think this is a big exemption, because it really is gonna eliminate a lot of people having to come into compliance who have just a small surface water right. And then lastly, and I know I've taken a little bit of time getting through this, but lastly, I did want to mention, just give you a little update. A year or so ago, we did receive a WSRF grant approved through the roundtable to install data loggers on the Bear River. And we have 21, we had requested funds to install 21 telemetry sites on our ditches. And this map, I know it's not the greatest map in the world, but this shows all the ditches. And unfortunately, the one ditch I was gonna mention, I think is covered up by our little photo up there, but way up there underneath the photo is the Sarvis Creek ditch. The Sarvis Creek ditch is, or the Sarvis ditch, it's not Sarvis Creek, it's just the Sarvis ditch, is the only one that's not in the Bear River. Down at the very southern end, you can see Dome Creek ditch. That's kind of just a trans-basin ditch. It does take water out of the Bear River. And the Sarvis ditch is a trans-basin ditch as well.
Those just logging data for your staff, so you don't have to drive up there.
Right, it's all logging data, and it's gonna appear on the internet, on our website. And so the Bear River, the main reason, I'll just tell you, we barely go up to the Dome Creek, because it's extremely difficult to go
Yeah,
to, and
been there.
Sarvis as well.
Did the WSRF grant go to your staff, or was it through a partnership with a NGO?
It was us.
Well,
It was us. We followed the same path as Division 1. Division 1 has gotten a substantial amount of funds for this. It went to us, and then there was a lot of in-kind services, because we're going to do all the installation on it. But all of these sites are going to be on the internet, where our water commissioner can go on every morning and it'll make administration as small as that system looks, and it takes a substantial amount of time for our water commissioner. Our water commissioner can invest 50 to 60 hours every week in the summer, just right there on those 21 structures.
Yeah.
And that's really tough, so we're hoping, and she has a much broader area than that, right? She has more of a job than just doing the Bear River. And so we're really hoping that installing these can free up some of her time to do other work. But that's not to say she's still gonna be going up that Bear River probably every single day. It's just maybe not multiple times a day, and adjusting head gates. So anyway, all of the equipment has been ordered. We're starting to inventory, get all the equipment in, and the hope is to get all of it installed this summer. That's gonna be a big task for our hydrographic branch, but that's the goal, is to get all the equipment installed this summer. But really exciting. For those who don't know either, I think it's it's Community Ag Alliance is planning on installing 2 automated gates on the Bear River. And they are doing a lot of work at the Nickel Ditch. The Nickel Ditch is the calling location, it's the very furthest infrastructure. Putting in some new infrastructure there, but they're not putting in an automated gate there. They're putting, I think, on the fixed ditch and one of the manual ditches, they're gonna put automated gates. Which will be really exciting as well, and to have some automated gates up on the Bear River. So, yeah, that's all I have.
All right, questions for Aaron?
I have 2 if I could, please.
Yeah,
One, with wells, I'm still trying to understand wells. I recognize you said 15 gallons per minute for a spring box per se. Is there a limit to wells on how many gallons they can take out per minute or cumulative? Because I seen you had it for drinking water and sanitation purposes, but is there a similar limit imposed for wells versus that small spring?
yeah, that's a great question, because actually we did somewhat mimic the limitation on exempt wells. So exempt wells, meaning they're exempt from any type of water administration, they are limited to 15 gallons per minute, and that in-house with sanitary use up to 3, depending on where you are and how big your property is, whether it's three family dwellings or just in-house use only. But yeah, if you were to look at that slide, that's very similar to exempt wells that are defined under that 602 statute, 3792-602. So yeah, it's the non-exempt wells that are a whole nother beast.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And then the second question, we've had some we've been visited by your water commissioner about over appropriation of the White River. Can you provide any insight or?
Yeah,
that,
definitely.
please?
Yeah, so, one of my water commissioners, she's the lead water commissioner in the White River. I tasked her this winter with starting to develop a report or a memo to the state engineer requesting the basin get designated over appropriated. And actually, it was years ago, I put together a little guide that we were supposed to use in the Division of Water Resources as to how to designate a basin over appropriated. Not that there's a lot of places that are not over appropriated at this time, but so she's kind of going through that process that I had set forth many years ago. I did that for Dick Wolf, and developing a memo that requires certain information be provided and evidence be provided that yes, indeed, that the White River should be designated over appropriated. I have recently asked her to make a few modifications, which she's done. And so that report really is in the hands of me reviewing it one more time and then providing it to Jason Ullman, which was another thing kind of delaying us too. I wasn't pushing this, getting through too quickly when we didn't have a state engineer, because the state engineer actually designates the basins over appropriated, not myself. So Jason Ullman is aware that this is out there, and he's going to be seeing a memo soon from us requesting the designation. I think the big thing, Alden, that I need to think about for the White River, we went through quite a lengthy process in the Yampa River to educate people what over-appropriation meant and how it impacted them, and before even Kevin said, yes, it's now designated over-appropriated. And even when he did say, yep, it's now, as of this date, it's considered over-appropriated, he gave, I think it was from March all the way to the end of that year, I think it was 2022, for those who had existing well permits, oh, excuse me, I should say existing wells, that either didn't have a well permit, or the existing wells had a well permit that wasn't consistent with their uses. For example, someone may have inadvertently went and got an exempt well permit for in-house use only, but they're using it for lawn and garden. Well, they can use it for lawn and garden, basin's not over appropriated, but when it becomes over appropriated, they really need to get a well permit before it becomes over appropriated that covers all of their uses. If they're using it for lawn and garden and it's limited in-house use only, come get it changed now, get it corrected now. So I think it will be a determination between Jason Ullman and myself as to what kind of time framing do we want to give the same opportunity. I think that what we did in the Yampa was really a positive thing and a good thing to do, to give people some opportunity to kind of clean up the well permits, get a well permit if they don't have one, before we actually say as of this date.
Some additional outreach would be very much influential to what you're trying to get done, accomplished there.
Yeah,
There's a significant pool of well users in the upper White River, middle section of the White River. And I guess there's several more that extend further up, and they're pretty much running unregulated, for quite some time, and it's been a free river, I understand that, but, they're learning more about their system, and they're learning more about the laws that are out there. So a gentler touch rather than a harsh and brash touch, I think would be much more advantageous to help you succeed with what you're trying to accomplish there, so.
yeah.
And if you need additional assistance for outreach, I'm sure we can pull some people together to kind of help fill a room for you, should that need.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, I appreciate that advice. I do think that, and Tom and Doug can probably attest, I do think that it was really good that we went around and did kind of a series of educational type meetings, just to kind of lighten some of the fear. I think over appropriation is not as impactful as people may perceive it to be, because it really impacts well permitting. People can still come and get a water right, so, yeah.
Yeah, just a quick question about the measurement rules and implementation of it. Is your staff assisting water users who are trying to install measurement structures, whether it be a well or a measurement on a ditch? Are you assisting, are you helping rating these structures, or what
So,
does that look like?
yeah, I would say no, we're definitely not gonna be helping them install them, and we wouldn't be helping them rate something. And I say, when we think about the measurement rules, we have what we call measurement methods, and there's two types of measurement methods. There's measuring devices, which are gonna be your standard, sharp crested weir, partial flume, H flume, something that's a standard flume with a standard table. And then the alternative measurement method is, well, they have a really flat ditch, can we just do a rated section type of thing? The rated section, they would have to just rate on their own, hire somebody to rate it. Where we feel our best assistance can be is where, and it's pretty much gonna be more to the responsibility of the water commissioners. Say, I'm not sure this flume is installed properly, a hydrographer, will you come out and check it? And I do envision us probably having to go out and check a lot of structures to say whether they're in compliance or not, because all of us have seen many partial flumes before, and they're either submerged or they're not level, or something, they look like they're running too fast, because they're either pointed downhill or they're just too close to the head gate, and this water's just flying through the thing. So in that sense, we really have committed to, and I say committed to because a lot of water users have asked us, that we've committed to saying, we'll come check your flume out. We're gonna come out and measure it and make sure before we say, oh, you're out of compliance. And there becomes an argument that they think they're in compliance and we don't think they are. We're gonna, if the water commissioner questions it, we're gonna go measure it.
When your hydrographer does that, do you charge the water user for it, or is
We
it?
won't. The statutes allow us to, but I think in this instance, it wouldn't be the right thing, especially if it's the water commissioner questioning the compliance aspect of it. And I can tell you that statute that allows us to charge, I think I've only pursued charging somebody one time, because
Yeah,
they
I've-
literally needed us to come out and rate their.
I was charged one time for it, and I was surprised by it.
Yeah, it is interesting, because if you actually read the statute, all the money goes directly to the general fund, it doesn't go to Division of Water Resources, so it's like, okay, well.
Other comments, questions?
Yeah. I just had a couple of questions there. With the new measurement rules, are there gonna be any changes in the type of measurement devices required?
Changes in what?
The type of measurement devices required, other than the non-exempt wells?
Yeah,
No.
no change.
Are there gonna be any changes in diversion reporting requirements?
No, I say no, the rules do not require any type of constant flow or continuous flow type metering or anything like that. It doesn't require a recorder. So recording devices are not necessary. The rule that has to deal with records is pretty pretty lenient as far as what's required. I'm just being fully honest, I believe that's one shortcoming of the Division 6 measurement rules. I think we needed to be a little bit more descriptive and sounds hard, but required more measurement records. And I say that because, well, a couple of reasons. And again, ours don't require that records be submitted. It's really, number one, it's very difficult for our water commissioners to get to all the structures. And we're gonna have more structures now. We're gonna have to imagine, go look at. I kind of feel if we're gonna have somebody spend $1,500 to put in a flume or create a capacity table for the reservoir, we're gonna maintain records on it. And so in order to maintain those records, we are gonna need assistance from the water user. And I hope the water users find value in that too. That having records of their water use is just, to me, just so important. And I hope that they also start to feel like there's value to that. And, you know, getting those records to us, seeing that we really have the official records. Our water commissioners too have been working, honestly, you know, like I said earlier, I've been here for 23 years, and for 23 years, our water commissioners have been begging for records, for people to submit records, and it is getting better all the time. That people are seeing the value in providing us records. So even though there's no requirement, I'm really gonna continue to push for user supplied records.
Just ask for it.
What's that?
Just ask for it.
Just ask for them. I'll be honest with you, Tom, though, too, you know, in the North Platte River Basin, I had 2 protesters that did not want anything in our stipulation that had to do with any type of requirement of submitting records. And their reasoning was, Aaron can issue an order. I'm not gonna agree in this stipulation to submit records, Aaron can issue an order. And that's very difficult because I'm not gonna issue that person an order and that person an order because they don't wanna provide it pursuant to a stipulation, or they just don't want to provide it. I'm not going to just go out and randomly choose who I want to issue orders to. It's going to have to be a very well thought out requirement. You'd have to do it basin wide. And so I thought that position was a little bit short-sighted, that it's not something I'm just going to randomly pick people and say, you're now ordered to provide records. And it would be an extremely large task and a very difficult thing to do, to say, now I'm ordering everybody in the North Platte River Basin, or however I want to go about it, to require them to provide records.
That's all I had. Thanks.
So, yeah, I just have a couple questions, maybe comments. So, yeah, it's a hard education for us renegades out there to start reporting our water, you know, and we thought every time you come out, and I mean, this has been up until about 5 years ago, we thought every time you guys came out, when Brian came out, checked the water, reported it, and so we know we were using water. So it's, yeah, it's been a hard, heavy lift. I guess my question is, and again, it shouldn't be your responsibility, it shouldn't be the state's responsibility. Do you see an opportunity for some private firm to be out there doing these things on a contract basis with a bunch of ditches? And, you know, he'd have a rotating schedule and maybe have a couple guys and an entity that would be out there and reporting these things?
Well, you know, yes, and I will say that for 2 reasons. Well, number one, I'll just mention Cross Mountain Ranch, who used to own a substantial amount of land, as you guys probably know, in the Yampa River Basin, hired an individual. That was what her job was, to go from one end of their property, because they were up on East Williams property, all the way down the river.
Yeah.
And I think Cross Mountain Ranch no longer owns any of the Williams Fork land. I think he's limited just to Lily. But yeah, I heard that. I mean, that's what this woman was hired to do, and that's it. Just go read ditches on his property. And then a former water commissioner of mine, Shanna Lewis, who is in the White River, she started her own business, and it is, I think her company is White River Records.
And that's what she's doing.
And that's what she does.
Yeah, well, that's great.
She's hired to go records. records.
That way you at least have some expertise that's coming out of it, so instead of us farmers out there that are just out and saying, what the hell was that? Well, yeah, that's what the partial flume, that's what I read. So, what the hell does that mean?
I know, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think Shanna, has more people interested in her services than she can take on.
So in my last comment, so back to Alden's, Director Vandenbrink's question, about this over appropriation and the rest, and the augmentation plans and the rest. I mean, we've been helping Moffett County, and Moffett County's taken a big toll and get in on this augmentation plan, and appreciate that, but yeah, it's a whole new world out there now, man. And especially if you don't have any aug water that's out there
That's the problem.
available.
That's a problem, but that's why we're looking at developing an entire county-wide augmentation plan.
Yeah,
And with our neighboring district, that's really what we're doing. We're working collaboratively together to get that completed, so.
Yeah, there is no doubt that is a challenge in basins that are not accustomed to being over appropriated. There are no sources for augmentation.
That's it, you're gonna have a hard time finding countywide augmentation sources.
we have to thank the River District for putting some water available out of Elkett too, so to help the areas.
One last question. I helped institute kind of a similar plan in Division 59, like 2004, after it was on call for the first time in 2003, because it was 2003. And it was definitely a steep learning curve for some of the water users who didn't have flume, weren't measuring their water. Are you concerned about unintended consequences about, previous to this, irrigators would turn their ditch on, they divert what they needed, whatever. We put partial flumes in, and then I'd get phone calls every week saying, hey, I'm diverting my full amount. And I would say that that's not a goal. Your goal isn't to fill your, to take your full amount unless you need it. How are you gonna approach that?
I think there is probably gonna be an unintended consequence like that, where, before, people really didn't know if they were diverting their entirety of their water right, other than maybe knowing that the water commissioner was out there making an estimate. And even with that said, they might not have known what the water commissioner's estimate was, and that I'll just put a plug in right there that I do encourage water users to go online and see what our diversion records are saying, because it's pretty hard when you get to the abandonment cycle and they're like, you never entered my records, and that could have been remedied right away if they had gone online and seen what the records look like. But it is very possible that people are gonna look at that flume and realize that, oh, wow, I'm not diverting my water right. And I don't know if I ever have, because my ditch is still running at the same level that I've always run it at. And so yeah, they may divert more water, and all we can always do is just encourage people to divert only that amount of water that you can beneficially use. And that's challenging, and that's really challenging just in that, but I'm always encouraging people just to divert what they can beneficially use. But the other thing too, what I tell people for abandonment reasons, divert your water right. Go ahead and divert your water right for 3 or 4 days. Get the water commissioner to come out and take a reading, or snap a photo of your flume that shows you're diverting your water right, and then back it off to what you need. Because all you have to do is run your water right one day, have it on record in our office, that one day in 10 years. That's all you need.
It's a hard message.
So partial abandonment, I mean, were any of these abandonments that you'd had during the 10-year cycle partial abandonments?
Majority of them are.
The majority of them were.
Yeah.
And then I guess I'm still struggling with a bunch of ditches that we don't know what the irrigated acreage was for that, and how we come up with,
Well, I think one of the challenges is what was the original irrigated acres, and maybe that's what you're referring to. Sure, we have some decrees that may have, the older decrees that may have established a duty of water for the entire general adjudication, where, there's 50 water rights in water, and they establish a duty of water to 1 to 50, by way of example. Where the challenge is with those, though, a lot of these that had this original adjudication that established a duty of water, people came back and got supplementals, and the supplemental could have been any quantity of water without, they just came in and said, I want 8 more CFS. And, we don't know if there was an additional land, or if it was just literally supplemental to the.
This has happened through the
existing
time period,
land. Through time, yeah,
since 1890, whatever.
yeah,
I mean, we don't have a clue, I mean, on my ditch, you know, it's number 2 on the Yampa, we don't have a clue to what those irrigated acres were,
and, yeah,
don't have a clue.
it's pretty,
You know, you're on record, Doug.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I think.
So don't they, don't.
He said we, he didn't say I. Your Honor, my client, that's what he said. I'm sure he did.
There's a lot of things he don't know.
He didn't use the word shall either.
Don't most of the incorporated ditches have in their articles of incorporation have some statement about all lands under the ditch or some to that effect? And then there's a map file.
there may be,
I would think
I
you
can't
would.
say the number of incorporated ditches, we can probably, we don't have any incorporated ditches.
Yeah, that's a problem too.
All right.
Sorry.
But I can tell you, Doug, if you're pumping above your ditch and up to a higher elevation, I'm gonna say probably not in
Probably not, okay.
1890.
I understand totally.
All right, well, Aaron, thank you very much for being with us today and making the trip and great information. So
Yeah.
Let's give Aaron a hand.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, we will transition to an external affairs report, and we'll take a break and switch into our community funding partnership. Can we move lunch to noon rather than 11:10?
Yeah, I think we'll do that.
Okay.
Yep, not a problem.
All right, and then we'll have lunch after our community funding partnership.
As Lindsay and Zane set up, I just want to say that, with Mario's departure, I have to say that there's been an awful large load placed on Lindsay, who has done a great job as our deputy director of public relations, and just want to thank you, Lindsay, make sure the board understands how much work you've been doing this last several months, so thank you.
I appreciate that. Kicking it off, actually, it's really not just me. I have to thank a lot of interdepartmental support that I have received from the tech team and from the CFP team with especially running the State of the River meetings. I'm sure you all who have attended some already have seen how well they've been going, and that is largely due to the enthusiastic support from Melissa Wills and Raquel Flinker and Rebecca Breesmore. They have just jumped right in to help organize and run those in the communities that they already have such strong relationships with. So that success is largely due to them. I'm just playing the background role on that for the most part. And it really serves the priority of the State of the River meetings, right? So that's one of the largest investments that the EA team has in resources and staff time throughout the year. Primary goal is to strengthen relationships with partner organizations throughout our district, and to also make sure that we are upholding transparency around the efforts of the River District and how we're serving our constituents, and establish our expert voices with residents and communities who may not be as familiar with what it is that we do on their behalf, and keep them informed of projects and decisions going on that are going to affect their daily lives. So far that's been served well with 435 attendees in person at these 6 events so far. We do have 4 more State of the River meetings to go, which I think I mentioned briefly, but I'll just review. May 7th will be in Rifle for the Middle Colorado watershed area, and that's going to be at the Youth Theater. May 9th in Granby at the Sun Outdoors. We'll focus on the Upper Colorado operations and forecasts and projects. And May 23rd in the Silverthorne Pavilion, we might have a legislative postmortem there to talk about a few things. And May 29th at the CMC in Edwards, we'll round it out with the Eagle River Valley. And all of those have partner organizations. We're working with Middle Colorado Watershed Council, we're working with Grand County, we're working closely with the Blue River Watershed Group, and then also the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District. So we kind of share these branding efforts and the outreach efforts with those partner organizations. Recent Water With Your Lunch that has happened since the memo was submitted was very successful in partnership with Water Education Colorado. We had 230 attendees and presentations from Paul Miller with the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center, Peter Goebel with CSU Climate Center, and Elisa Senga with the AGCI. And then finally, another big chunk of our effort, of course, is Shoshone outreach efforts and maintaining a steady media presence, a drumbeat there, which has been made very easy, actually, relatively speaking, by the enthusiastic support that we continue to get from our local West Slope Coalition partners and funding commitments. So we've had a lot of success in that area. And our staff continues to sound very intelligent whenever they're quoted in the paper. We've had some major features in the Colorado Sun. Dave Kanzer showed up in a few stories about the upcoming snowpack, most recently an editorial today in the Grand Junction Sentinel. And yeah, we just keep moving forward. Very quick summary.
Okay, questions for Lindsay? Thank you for the heavy lifting. I know you had help, but still was a lot, so thank you.
I would just add quickly on State of the River events. The EA team, Lindsay and Marielle, while she was here, really put a lot of work into expanding the number of events we're doing district-wide and the number of people attending those events through outreach, through social media, through a number of marketing efforts that I remember a time 6 or 7 years ago where we'd be hard pressed to get 25 people in a room for a State of the River event. A lot of the growth in attendance is attributable to the marketing and the communications effort that the EA team is putting into each of these as individual events. It's also representative of the growing interest of our constituents in these issues, aided and abetted by the front line or the front page headlines they see about Colorado River issues so regularly. But it is gratifying to see so many people showing up district-wide for these events.
Thank you, Richard.
All right.
State affairs?
There's.
All right. Thank you, members of the board. Your state affairs memo in your packet is of course outdated, but it does include, I think, an overview of some of the drama that went down with regards to the Long Bill and the funding of the state government this year. It really was kind of a down to the wire effort by the Joint Budget Committee. We spoke 2 weeks ago about the severance tax sweep that was a component of balancing the budget this year. I don't know that we need to spend more time on that, but if you have any questions about content in your memo, please let me know. I wanted to spend the bulk of our time, which is not much this morning, giving you a quick update on the dredge and fill bills. I sent an update out yesterday evening for your review, but really we find ourselves in a very interesting situation on the dredge and fill issue. I don't know that the district was supportive of being in this position to begin with, but we now have two bills that are still alive. The first is House Bill 1435, which our position is to amend. Staff has been working as hard as possible with the speaker and with proponents of the bill and others to try to figure out how we can make this pill a little bit easier to swallow. The speaker at our request did include a couple of our requested changes in her first sweeping amendment, L001, which was heard on April 8th by the House Ag Committee. As I alluded to in my email last night, it did include fixes, in our opinion, to the municipal uses in the exclusion language for ditches and canals. It did add, and I think largely thanks to, we had included it in our request, but I should thank Director Chavez for beating the drum with the speaker on this repeatedly, some additional resources for West Slope permitting. Both staff and ideally just additional resources to ensure that Western Slope constituents are not facing undue delays in permitting. So that was one fix. The third was it eliminated some of that language that we discussed maybe even 4 weeks ago related to water rights, and by doing so it relies on the underlying statutes, the Water Quality Control Act, which does already ensure that nothing in the act would impact valid existing rights. So we're comfortable with where that amendment landed on those three topics. I will say we're not still, our concerns have not been assuaged in two areas. One is the over-reliance on rulemaking. We had asked, and I believe it's a pretty reasonable request, that the bill codify that House Bill 1379 established a threshold for compensatory mitigation at 0.03 acres, which is consistent with standing policy under Clean Water 17 policy. It was also included in the Kirkmeyer bill. I think we're getting some traction there. We've got some requests for some tweaks to that approach by the environmental groups and others. I'm inclined to stay the course and continue trying to get that as clearly as possible in the bill, that the threshold for mitigation should be set in the same way that it currently stands. The other is related to I think the majority of concern I've heard from our partners, our constituents, and this board is the scope of the regulatory proposal going beyond those gap waters. I don't know that we're going to have we've talked about this in the past, I don't know that we're going to have any luck drawing it back entirely to just the gap waters approach. Your general counsel, though, did come up with a novel idea to essentially try to find a compromise there wherein anything beyond gap waters would fall under a statewide general permit for best management practices. I discussed that with the CDPHE yesterday for the first time, and it seems as though that may actually have some legs, or at least there's some interest in discussing it. That conversation is still very much in its infancy, though, and so I wanted you to be aware of that. There may be the possibility of a compromise on those isolated waters, anything beyond the gap, the ability to put those under some sort of statewide general permit. And so with that, maybe I'll ask if Peter or Jason, if I've missed anything on that concept, and ask if there's any questions related to that one of two dredge and fill bills.
Yes, Director Kevin.
Can you say that last part one more time, saying that, so it is, there's the gap waters, there's the jurisdictional waters, and then it's the outliers would fall in the general permit?
Sure. The vast majority of those waters that exist beyond the gap are isolated waters.
Okay, isolated waters.
And the concept would be that those isolated waters fall under some sort of statewide permit to implement maybe best management practices, minimize impacts to the extent possible. And again, very much in its infancy. I just floated it with the CDPHE director yesterday afternoon. She seemed open to it. I don't know that others would be, but it might be a good way to find some compromise that still ensures, maybe gives the state a bit of a win on the ability to go beyond the gap, but not being too burdensome on our water users or our constituents here on the western side.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Just I have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
One of the things I chatted with Andy a little bit about yesterday during our training for new directors was just my experience on the Water Quality Control Commission, the lack of West Slope representation, and even lack of West Slope representation in these technical committees that helped develop some of these rules before they actually come before the commission, and whether there was an option either through, increased fees through QQ to have someone present at all of those technical committee meetings representing our interests in the as those rules are being developed, or partners within the 15 counties within the Colorado River District paying to have a technical person present at those meetings as those new permits are being generated and developed, because there's just a clear lack of that kind of engagement. And we're far, all those meetings are typically held on Front Range, or sometimes they're on Zoom, and if you're out doing your other job, maybe you don't have time to participate and sit in a 4-hour meeting and stuff. So just an idea to make sure that we're ensuring that the agricultural exemptions remain, and that all of those protections, that Yeah, there was a lot of influence in those, I think, from Front Range entities, in those meetings, and it would be good to get a voice in that.
I appreciate that, and well, maybe not to the level that is necessary in the path ahead of us, but I will note that Rebecca Breesmore has been attending almost every single stakeholder meeting held by the legislators or by water Congress or others to ensure that we have a technical expert involved. I think that kind of approach may be necessary especially if we move into rulemaking if this bill passes.
Because it gets very complex when you're actually, I had the opportunity to train with the Corps of Engineers when I worked in Summit County for a while, and it's hard. I mean, it's hard when you're getting out there and you're figuring out how the permits actually apply to the delineations and the jurisdictional determinations and all that. So, just if you need support, that would be good too. It's a lot of work. Those meetings are a lot of work, and the expectations are pretty high if you're involved. And then just one more question, Madam Chair, if it's okay. Is HB 1435 are they looking at I'm sorry, I'm missing my words this morning, but when they determined the fiscal impact of the bill, did they increase the number of positions or did they leave it at 4 or 4.5 for the entire?
5 FTE, I think.
It's still 5 FTE even with the West Slope positions?
Yes.
I think it's not enough.
I think one thing is clear, if you look at
double that easily.
I think this is a good lesson in the fact that fiscal notes can be quite political. If you look at Senator Kirkmeyer's bill to establish a very similar program with a commission to oversee it within DNR, the fiscal note is somewhere upwards of $3.5 million. Similar program without the commission to oversee it, however, in CDPHE for a leadership priority came in at just over $500,000.
And therein lies the problem.
Exactly.
Like, I think they should set themselves up to succeed from the very beginning and ask for the 10 or the 14 positions.
Right. No, couldn't
put a
agree.
real fiscal note with all the positions that were required, and may not manage to pass the legislature.
Nor would it stand a chance of getting through the appropriations committee with a very limited pie to draw from for carve-outs or for set-asides, I call them, this year. So, yeah, I think that's where this gets inherently political.
You're just setting yourself up for failure, and that's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate, and as I think I discussed with this board, the first time I presented this bill, or these two dredge and fill concepts, both set us up for potential severance tax sweeps down the road, and that is a concern to us.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, of course. No, thank you, Director Chavez. I do want to note, as I included in my email to you last night, in a very surprising turn of events, Senator Kirkmeyer's bill did make it through the House Ag Committee. I don't think many are holding their breath for that to move past finance, and certainly not through appropriations with its fiscal note. But Senator Kirkmeyer is a talented legislator, and she worked that committee about as hard as I've seen anybody work it, including the calling for 3 or 4 senatorial 5s, which is a privilege to just take a break, go out in the hallway with a member, come back in, and somehow have that person's vote. And so it got through with on a 4-3 vote. It's up in finance this week, I believe. And well, if it makes it through finance, I would be very surprised. Then it faces appropriations, where it's almost certainly denied.
Zane, do you want to ask for any public comment? We'll get Director Dennison as well at this point, or do you want to wait?
Happy to, I'm not asking for action on these. Our position on the Speaker's bill remains amend. We're monitoring the Kirkmeyer bill for the moment, unless this is obviously the board's pleasure. If you see the need for a change in position, I would entertain that, but I'm not asking for any change at this moment.
I do think, just consistent with our practice and our discussion with our constituents, that asking for public input if there is any from, online, and then turning to the board for any kind of discussion would be appropriate.
Any public comment, either online or in the room, on either of these dredge and fill bills, 1379 or Senate Bill 127?
And while we can't see you in the room, if you're online, we can tell if you raise your hand, so we will call on you and be able to hear you. But I don't see anybody raising their hand online.
All right. Okay. All right, thanks. Director Dennison and then Director Meyer.
Does it still look like the Senate Bill 127 is going to move the plan to CDPHE? They would be the implementing?
That was part of Senator Kirkmeyer's grand bargain to get it through the Senate Ag Committee. Was she gave up on that. Kind of cornerstone of her proposal was to locate the bill, or locate the program and the commission within the Department of Natural Resources. Her amendment did and was adopted by the Senate Ag Committee, would bring it over to the CDPHE.
The one comment I've received from our county commissioners is that, or at least one of them, is that it would be preferred if it was not within CDPHE, but rather DNR as a whole, and felt like they would do a better job and have the resources about the waters of the state. And I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen a map of some sort that may estimate where these gap waters lie and what the actual scale of this is, because it seems like these are knowable things, and we could probably draw some circles around the streams that are left out and would require future permitting.
Right. I think that's an excellent point. I think it alludes to the some of the missing components of the conversation thus far. But the DNR versus CDPHE has been a hot button topic. Some factions of the Water Congress believe only DNR. Some recognize that CDPHE is the likely location. To just for what it's worth, both the Polis administration and DNR have both. Well, Polis has said he would veto any bill that tried to locate it within DNR. Director Gibbs at the Department of Natural Resources has expressed concerns with that approach, just by virtue of the fact that there's no likely location within DNR to place such a commission and regulatory body.
So again, I beat a dead horse here too, but I want to make sure both bills have included the ag exemption.
Yes.
And again, I'm very concerned. I'll follow Director Chavez's comments about staffing and the rest. We're just go do it and then ask for forgiveness, you know. Then we're gonna have the penalty clause come in or something, you know, and, well, we're just out here doing our stuff. We can't get anything done because we're held up by permits. One of my questions, so even with an ag exemption, these beaver dam analogs, are they gonna need to be permitted?
It's a good question that I don't have an answer to.
And again, I'm just really,
greater than 0.03
I was
acres.
really concerned about filling the gap with state enforcement. I'm really, really, really concerned about extending it farther than the gap waters. And I just can't believe that. And yet, and my environmental friends, think sky is falling. And I just can't believe that. I mean, I just got one from Trout Unlimited this morning saying, oh no, we have to support the McCluskey's bill, and no, this other one's sky is falling on this one. So I don't know. I'm of the mind that we don't need either one of them, but that's on my mind, so.
Yeah, Director Dray.
So, yeah, I was in your last memo last night or this morning, whichever it was, that several key organizations, Water Congress, and I know some Western Slope water entities have came down opposing the speaker's bill. And some, I think, just opposing that, and others supporting the Kirkmeyer bill. I don't know if they still do with her most recent change of where it would be housed. But like Director Monger, I'm concerned about the wetlands piece of it and the little wet spots out in the country that while it's premised on, well, we're gonna provide certainty now that the Supreme Court has made its ruling, with language that I see in there where individual determinations and rulemaking can be made, all that does is increase uncertainty. And so I think at this stage in the game, unless you can give me some logical reasons, otherwise, I think we should take a position here rather than just, well, let's just go through it, because other entities are, and I think, isn't that what we're for, is to actually say, look, this is problematic, not just, we're gonna try to amend it. I think you've done probably a great job of saying what our concerns are, so where the amendments would need to be. So that doesn't change. We don't need to, parse out and debate where those changes should be. But, Madam Chair, I'm gonna, if there's, I see a few heads nod, I'm willing, if you're, would you entertain a motion that we take a opposed position here?
Yeah, let's get some advice from our legislative guy.
Turn to council first. I do have some additional comments.
Okay.
My only input on that is just, I have to listen to what Zane is telling me about the chances of getting the bill to retract back to just the regulated plus the gap waters. And what I had heard was that opportunity is very slim, it may be none, just based on the political makeup. Maybe Senator Kirkmeyer's bill still being alive maybe creates some more opportunity to do that. In my view, again, based on what Zane is saying, with a position of amend, at least we hold out that hope. And if we can't do that, then maybe we can get this concept of a general automatic permit. You don't even have to go in for it. It just is. You just operate a best management practice. The only time it would, if a regulatory thing would come into play is if you weren't implementing a best management practice. That's in my mind, at least, that would cover the beyond the gap waters. And if we take a position of oppose, then the opportunity to do that, to try to amend the bill to include that, I think would be lost.
Can I respond?
Sure.
So why is that? And the reason I say that is, if Colorado Water Congress is a pretty well-rounded, not partisan, if anything, left-leaning organization, if they're opposed and several other organizations around the Western Slope are opposing, I'm assuming that you can change your position and we can have a legislative call. If what we're doing is we're sending the message, aren't we, along with other organizations, that unless there's some amendments, we're opposed. We're changing from please amend to you haven't amended satisfactory, we're opposed, we could change to support or at least not monitor or not oppose if there was significant change. But where's the strength in just continuing to whine?
I hear what you're saying. It's certainly up to the board, and I defer to Zane on the political.
We've got a couple
Few-
of other comments too here.
Few observations to Director Gray's points, and I think those are valid concerns. And it's a position I find myself in. I do see us getting traction on amendments. I do see a potential for additional improvements being made. I think if we choose to formally oppose now, we lose our seat at the table. I also see that this hasn't even gotten to the Senate yet. In the Senate, we have Senator Roberts, who will be the lead. I believe that this district has put a number of years into working productively with Senator Roberts, and I see the ability to make any additional fixes that haven't been made in the House side as possible on the Senate side too. I always believe that we do our best work when we are at the table trying to get to yes. I think that if we move to oppose today, we may lose the opportunity to make additional improvements.
So is that really, I'm just clarifying here, that if you oppose, you're just, okay, kick you out the door and you don't have, we know you oppose, so goodbye? It seems
Yeah.
like, isn't the, huh?
I'm with him in this deal, because you keep asking, and I understand this, you're either on the menu, sitting at the table, whatever those terms wanna be. But the problem is you keep asking, and they keep wanting to get beyond the gap water thing, right? So, and I don't know whether there's gonna be 5,000 of these permits submitted in the first 24 hours, or 5 people can't do that statewide. I mean, you just made that comment. And so the problem is where do you get off the bus in that thing, right? Because you're correct, he's correct. You have to send the message, just because you say, well, I might not get the opportunity at the table. But if you say, no, we still have the right to say, yeah. If you say no, they change their mind, you can support what they're doing. I agree with Director Gray.
That seems logical to me. Here, you good. Others?
Director Chavez, and then Andy.
There's been a lot of discussion about, within the state, Colorado Water Congress State Affairs Dredge and Fill Committee, about whether you take a position of oppose, and they kind of came to the same conclusion as Zane is saying, that once you say oppose, they kind of shut the door and not really willing to make time to meet with you, or to work with you, or to take your input. It's like, okay, you oppose.
So didn't Water Congress come down opposed?
So, no, right?
They are opposed now.
Yeah, they're
Okay, so the Dredge and Fill Committee, I know there's been some discussion, the Dredge and Fill Committee, I would say they're not
I would say
leaning,
it's-
I say they were more right-leaning. There's a lot of attorneys and municipal entities that have been pushing the Kirkmeyer bill versus the CDPHE. It's been kind of
I would say Water Congress, at least the State Affairs Committee, is much like this board, where you've got a definite, a split of.
Okay, fair enough. I guess the bottom line is they must have came to the same conclusion that I'm saying is, okay, we can't work with this, we're gonna have to oppose. But they must have came to that conclusion.
What was the vote?
It was almost, it was a split.
But they did,
Didn't CCI come out and oppose as well last week?
I haven't seen CCI's position.
Colorado
I
Counties
think
Incorporated.
that's right.
They did.
I think CCI came out and opposed this last week as well.
Both bills or one bill?
I think both. I'm sorry, I can't confirm that. I'm sorry.
Do you know that?
What?
I was not at that meeting. I think that they are just in a monitor position on Kirkmeyer, and that they ended up opposed
on the other.
on the other one. I think that's right, but I'm not certain.
Yeah, I mean, let me start by saying this board needs to do what the board needs to give us direction.
Yeah.
So we will take whatever direction the board provides. But I am concerned. I mean, I was down in the Capitol last week on the projects bill, but talked to a number of people, both elected officials and lobbyists and other water stakeholders. I don't think that the opposition on this bill stands a chance in the current political arena that is down at the State House. I think that the lobbies that are pushing for a very restricted bill are very powerful right now. They have funded a number of campaigns for the people who are in office, and they have sway over those, the majority of certainly the House and a little bit to a lesser degree the Senate. This is something that is a priority for the governor's office as well as a number of environmental NGOs. We can certainly oppose it to direct us to. It does mean that that door closes, whether it should or not. The door to make it better closes for us, and it gives us a much harder time being productive in terms of getting changes. And so, you know, this is the question. If you can say it is inevitable, and therefore we either just dig in and say we, representatives of West Oak Water Interests, are totally opposed to this, and you can go ahead and pass it, and we're not happy about it. So just run us over, if you will. You can say, we're engaged, and we're gonna try to make it better. We still don't like it. I think our position on amend is very clear that this district does not approve of that legislation. We're just trying to do our best to fix it, or minimize the harm that's gonna come out of it. You know, it is difficult. It's a very difficult choice, given the politics at the State House that don't agree with this board's perspective by and large in terms of what and how you should regulate the waters of the state, and whether you should regulate the waters of the state. And so I think we have a right to be very concerned about it, but, you know, frankly, the opponents were numerous at the House. They made really good points in a 5-hour hearing at the House Ag Committee, and the votes came in just as they would have come in before all that testimony, before all those really smart people billed the hell out of their clients. They were mainly attorneys, sitting there for 5 hours and prepping for 20 hours before that. Those votes were the same. That's how influential the opponents were. Our amend position has gotten a lot of amendments that we've asked. Not everything we've asked by any means.
And not our biggest
very
request.
clear.
And not our main one.
Not our main one. But I do think that we have an opportunity in this senior house, if you will, coming our way to help that position and move forward. But again, I just say that because I want us to think strategically, and I want this board to give us whatever direction we need to, but please understand where we're coming from.
So, sorry, let me just respond. So I think we should be strategic, and I always ascribe to, you don't just say heck no, you give a path forward. You say heck no unless. And I think that an official position might be useful, not just no, goodbye, no, we hate this, but no unless amended either to the Kirkmeyer parameters on the gap, or some hybrid version of that, at least, to take away the uncertainty. Because I've read this bill, and I think not only is it an overreach with the gap waters, but it also creates the uncertainties. You don't know how they're even gonna administer this extra area they're going into. And I think there's some real strategic influence if we were to take a well thought out position of oppose with unless amended to this degree, in this way. And I think we probably might be pretty apt to pass something like that. So that's why I'm not just jumping out here. I'm gonna make a motion.
Let me
So,
weigh in here.
yeah.
I mean, I think no unless amend is the position we're in. I mean, I think amend is not support. We're not in support. We are, if
That's
it's
fair.
amended, we could get to support. And I don't know, I suggest that maybe it's best to put Zane in the best position we can to make those amendments. And we still, I think we still have time to get to oppose if the amendments don't come forward, but like they said, it hasn't gotten to the Senate yet. So with that maybe threat hanging out there, it's like we're in amend, but the board is very concerned. If possible, they're gonna take an opposed vote, and it's really hanging on this amendment. I think that might give Zane a little more leverage than jumping off the bandwagon.
Madam Chair, that's a great thought. And so for me, that triggers the question, are we though, at what point do I get the answer, which I've heard a couple other times on other bills, was, I think it's too late now. You can go ahead and pose, but it's too late.
Yeah.
And so let's not put it off. Is there a time period to do what Kathy's just suggested?
Was my question. Zane, when is that? What, do you have any kind of sense of when that time frame would be?
I would say a week from today at the earliest, or a week from Thursday at the earliest. I think 2 weeks' time, there's 3 weeks left in this session, and it hasn't made it to the Senate yet. changes are going to be made in the Senate, meaning it's going to have to come back to the House. There's some things I want to say, but I'm not going to say them on the record. I think we need to remember the importance of calendar management here as well. And there is a scenario wherein if we stay at the table, we have the ability to take some time to have a better conversation on the Senate side.
Makes sense.
Director Dennison.
Having been one of those people who's had to navigate 404 permitting, and deal with the fallout from the Rapanos rule, and deal with each application on a case-by-case basis, and deal and work in a state where we've had to do parallel processes with 404 and state waters. I am terrified of the impacts of this bill, both financially to the state and to individual water users.
Right.
That being said, there's a lot of waters within my district or my area and the Gunnison Basin that will suffer or could suffer if there isn't protections. And so I totally understand the reasoning behind this. And some of these streams are intermittent streams that our native fish rely on and also affect clean water and water supply for downstream users. We had a situation in Uray County where a rancher decided that he was gonna dump tires on his property, and those tires ended up in the Uncompahgre. It caused considerable cleanup for neighbors, and I was pulling tires out of my head gate for several years, and while he probably could have done that, he probably would have done that even regardless of what the permitting requirements
I
were.
remember seeing that, yeah.
It'd be nice to be able to avoid those. So,
I don't think you can really call him a rancher.
no, he did, he
just
called
insulted
it,
an entire group of people.
he called himself that.
Okay.
Yeah, there hadn't been a cow on that property in many years, which was a gripe of mine. Anyway, so I definitely see the reasoning behind this, and the Sackett Gap does create some real issues that need to be addressed. Figuring out what is gonna qualify as a wetland, what that process is, how big of a scope these are, and what it is that we are opposed to in this bill. I think those things we need to really figure out and stay engaged in this bill, and if we can get to the Senate and make some changes to it that make it, that clarify some of these issues, and how it will be implemented on the ground is super important for coming out of this with a good piece of legislation. Because I think Andy's right, we may very well be just be in a case where this is gonna pass. So if we can change this, amend this, so that it makes the most sense and provides clarity to all water users and anyone who's seeking an application, I think that's the best place we can be.
Just one last comment, and I talked to Zane about this yesterday, but, we're talking about all these places that have wetlands and the rest. And I mentioned it to him yesterday, I mean, 3/4 of these are on forest land or BLM. They're not, I mean, this permit system is not, is it gonna be overriding what the Forest Service and the BLM should be doing on their own?
You would still have to do notification and all those other things,
Yeah.
so it doesn't override it. You'd still be doing what they had to do anyway, if you were gonna do a project on Forest Service and BLM, because I looked into this. Speedfield would have to do notification the same you would
So
have
they
done with
wouldn't
the
have to
Corps.
get a permit to do something on forest land.
So, in the permitting process, getting a permit, you might fall within a permit, so all you have to do is notify you fall within a permit and you just go forward. And then there's more complicated processes where you have to go get specific. So general permits, you just fall under, you go forward with your work if you comply with certain things.
So are we
Other
doing
things you have to
the,
go
are we
get
doing
a
the
new-
federal government's job for them then?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
That's exactly
they
it.
don't have jurisdiction
Because of
over
Sackett.
those, because of the Sackett Gap. That's the whole issue is,
I think the Supreme Court said it's not the federal government's job.
Well, they said we're not gonna regulate those areas.
But that has not been fully flushed out within the federal government. And I get passionate about that because the state's trying to fill a gap that the federal government still has not sorted out amongst themselves about what is the gap.
I think they have, because they have
Yeah.
been holding
You're right.
webinars and stuff, giving more clarification
I think
on
they're done,
where they
yeah.
stand.
Who's they?
They're still not applying
The
it
Corps of
equitably or
Engineers.
equally across the state though. Each,
Well,
each
that's a-
Army
that's a
Corps
good point.
that's what I'm saying. They're not all on the same page.
They're
So
not.
you're looking at each Army Corps division in the state applying these rules differently. So the federal government is not on the same page yet as how this post-Sackett rule is imposed across the state. The Colorado Senate is just being knee-jerked right now to a proposed crisis that may not be a crisis once this all lets the waves settle down. They don't know yet.
When the WOTUS rules were being proposed, we had Sunal, the then director of the Army Corps of Engineers in the Grand Junction office, come to the roundtable and explain to us, I don't believe, how that would hit the ground. And because I haven't been working on these types of projects, I don't know how the Corps is going to be, how their enforcement is going to change because of this ruling. It might be a good idea that we bring in some outside help and explain how large that gap is and how they plan to administer the new rules and what's being left out. Because I think that to me feels like the biggest point of this discussion that's missing is someone surely could create a map that says, if you're doing this in this water, you know, you need state, you would need state authorization, and this is how you would do it. Or no, this is covered by the Army Corps and it's a regular 404 permit, and maybe it's a regional general permit, maybe it needs a nationwide. We should at least have that kind of definition around this discussion, because I worked on one of these streams that's on private land, adjacent to the Gunnison River, where we removed a barrier for fish and we put a pipeline in for agriculture, and it ended up improving the agricultural production, but also allowed the native fish to access a large section of Rubidoux Creek and its tributaries during high water, expanded their spawning range. It was a win-win-win. Under this new ruling, it could be that something that we did under that project would have required state permitting process, or would have fallen outside of the regulatory enforcement of the Army Corps. I don't know that, and I'm not getting any instruction on that, so it might be helpful to have somebody from the Army Corps or somebody else explain how this is gonna hit the ground.
Can we do that in a week?
Larry and then Director.
Yes.
Director Weathery?
Yeah, I mean, Director Vandenbrink's correct. The Corps, whether it's Albuquerque or the Sacramento district, they're not on this, they have the same rules, but their interpretation of that rule is way different when you go to apply, right? And my fear in this one is the same thing, the expense, and it's not just some water use, it's private land, it's construction, it's everybody that your constituents, not just ag people in this boat. And that will be affected by that interpretation, right? Because it is open. Yeah, I agree with the opposition. I think you are correct. If you can kind of get to that thing. The problem is, I would love to see this map, right? You're not gonna produce that in a week, right? They're not even gonna come close to saying, how much is this? Are they gonna have 5,000 of these permits, like I said, in the first 24 hours? I mean, they don't have a clue.
They're saying 125, Zane, in the first year, yeah, between 100 and
125, CDPHE did an analysis they brought to Water Congress and others, essentially saying that under the gap waters, nothing beyond gap waters, they expected 100 permits in the coming year. If they went with the waters of the state approach that this bill contemplates, they were expecting a 25% increase, so 125 permits.
That's hard to believe. I mean,
That's pretty hard.
That is absolutely,
That's politics.
yeah.
So,
Director Gray and then Director McGinnis, we see your hands, you'll be next.
memo issued, and I'm gonna say it was from the EPA, that the Supreme. Access. That's what they're doing. I think that's, you don't need a map, what you need to know is, okay, what wetlands are under enforcement and what aren't, and the definition is there has to be a surface connection. And so, whether it be, but the state can go beyond that, because they can determine that these are waters of the state, but we're talking about federal, what's determined to be waters of the US. And so I think that's been clarified, and therefore various states are doing various things. Texas is saying hallelujah, but Colorado's not, okay? I think there's also the difference in concern, and I think within this district, we always recognize that. Headwaters counties, or headwaters areas where there's streams coming in and has a totally different concern about protection, and probably legitimate, I see that difference, than someone out 50 miles east of where I live, in this 3 million acres of private land, not counting the BLM land, that has a little wetland there that they want to build a stock pond in. And it's more than, I'm glad to see the expansion from 1/10 of an acre to 1/3, but it's still, and what you put yourself into, and what my concern is do I go out there and build that thing hoping nobody sees it, even though that neighbor that I just had a fight with is probably gonna see it and might just make a phone call, and then I'm subject to these huge penalties that we don't know what the rulemaking is gonna determine, that 6 months later, if somebody from CDPHE comes out and says, you screwed up and you already owe $500,000. That's what I'm concerned about. That's the overreach. And I understand that the concerns that you brought up would be the same in the headwater parts of Moffett County too. We just, but the overreach extends in areas that are really detrimental. So back to the strategy, I'm listening, and I think the Colorado River District has always, and we need to continue to position ourselves as not the entity that just acts ignorantly and gets thrown out the window because those guys, those SOBs did this, and so now we're gonna forget them. They're not at the table. But there is definitely threading the needle between being categorized as ignorant and being thoughtful and having very real concerns. How do we pass that message forward is what I want to do, and that's why I'm bantering back and forth in my mind. Is it better to oppose? I think you've probably convinced me today not to make a motion, depending on what Director McGinnis says. I'm not going to stay there yet, but I think it's close, and I think we may be, I'm concerned that all that we're doing is saying, well, we don't like this, but we're afraid to take a position. So that's where.
Yeah, Zane, and we'll let Zane weigh in, and then Director McGinnis.
Thank you. For the record, I've heard loud and clear, and I think I have more than what I need to go to the speaker and others to say that this board has serious concerns.
Okay.
And I do. Assuage concerns and the key compromise for the staff should be seen.
I'm worried about if there's a commitment, unless it's defined clearly, not left up to the rule that he was concerning.
Well, I can't, we got a Zoom problem and I get about every other sentence off Zoom. But picking up on what I could hear, and I would ask as my fellow directors, if you could kind of, when you discuss, just help us, those of us on Zoom, and we've got to do something with this Zoom on our new conference room. But anyway, if you would kind of direct your comments to the microphone, it'd be helpful. I've got my volume at full, but anyway, Zoom's not working. So if I'm repeating something that's already been said, allow me a little allowance. But a couple comments just real quickly. Number one, somebody said that's politics, and that's exactly what we're facing here. And Andy assessed it very accurately. If we come out and oppose this thing, they're just going to shove us aside, which they might do anyway. Zane's done a good job. He's got the ear of the speaker. I think that the conversation we've just had over the last half hour or so is very constructive. Zane's got his instructions. But I think reality, and having been there myself, is we're not only on the West Slope, I think a lot of the people we feel are being impacted are in the minority party. So that all concludes this, it'd be a mistake, I think, to oppose it. And instead, saying, as you just said, you think you've got your marching orders, do the best you can with the ear of the speaker. I think it's nice for us to talk about bringing people in to tell us what the federal and how they might interpret this way and how they might interpret that way. But we always, I think Stan keeps reminding everybody, you think we can do that in a week? That's what we're facing. I guess it's a week left of the session. So those are my comments. Be as constructive as we can, but it's been a good conversation over the last half hour to the extent I've been able to hear it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Director McGinnis. Sounds like you got the gist of the conversation. So where we are right now is an uneasy adherence to our amend position, absent hearing any motion to the contrary, with notification that we can take an opposed position at a later date.
Yeah, fair enough. Thanks for enduring my rant.
Can I
Helpful, really helpful.
Can I just make maybe a procedural point question? We were scheduled on our bi-weekly cycle to have our next legislative call tomorrow.
Right.
That staff has said we want to cancel that, but should we schedule that for next Thursday? Zane, because there will be movement and this bill in particular is of such understandably great concern that we would do that. Now, I say that I want to be in full disclosure, I will be out of the country and I will not be on that call.
That's too bad.
But that's why I'm volunteering next Thursday.
Any other meetings you want us to?
We can get a lot done.
Get open about it.
We can get a lot done next Thursday.
Yeah, I think that's a good point and helpful, Zane, if that works with you. And I agree with Director McGinnis, really good conversation. Thanks for pushing the points here.
Thank you all.
All right.
I do have one bill for your consideration.
All right.
It's an easy one. It's one that we consistently support every year. It includes $1.8 million investment or transfer from the Species Conservation Trust Fund to the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program. It also includes $650,000 for selenium management, research, monitoring, evaluation, and control. Something that if Dave Kanzer were here, he would support loudly. Senate Bill 24199 is the annual Species Conservation Trust Fund projects bill. It is a bipartisan bill brought by the chair and vice chairs of the House and Senate Ag Committees, Senators Roberts and Will, and Representatives McCormick and Catlin. My recommendation on Senate Bill 199 is to support.
Any comments, questions?
I move Margaret's staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, moved by Monker, second by Richard. Any other discussion?
Aye.
All right, thanks. Federal affairs.
Federal affairs, I recognize we took up a lot more time on state affairs than necessary. Maybe I'll just quickly note that we've averted at least 6 shutdowns since the last time I talked to you. We did get an appropriations bill that ensures that all federal departments and agencies have full funding through September 30th of this year, so that's good news. So we won't be in the same boat for the next 6 months. Within that appropriations bill, I listed a handful of projects for Western Slope appropriations that were received through our congressional delegation's efforts. $5 million for the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District's Wolf Creek Reservoir Project, $2.2 million to the city of Craig for their Craig South Water Distribution Improvement Project, Gunnison, Silt, Minturn, Town of Gypsum. These are all earmarks. These are through the congressionally directed spending process that has been somewhat controversial, but it is good to see that some of these dollars are coming to water projects on the Western Slope. And the one thing I wanted to point out to you is that roughly half of these, the Rio Blanco, the city of Gunnison, 1.75 million, and the town of Minturn's water storage tank project also all received catalyst funding through the River District's community funding partnership. So it's good to see exactly what we intended for those dollars is to serve as a catalyst to go out and receive state and federal funding as well. So I just wanted to point that out as something that I thought was worth noting, and it's clear that our dollars are having an impact. Beyond that, there are a handful of more detailed updates. One key hire at the Department of Interior that I've not discussed with you previously, although I've seen him twice, including when I was in DC last week. Longtime advisor, water advisor to the California Senior Senator, former Senior Senator Dianne Feinstein, John Watts has become Senior Counselor to Commissioner Camille Touton. John enters the conversation with a lot of Big River experience, mostly from the lower basin perspective. It is something that we will, a relationship we will be working to try and build there to ensure that he understands the needs of the upper basin and the Western Slope in the context of bipartisan infrastructure law investments, IRA investments, Shoshone, and a number of other key priorities for the Western Slope. That was a major development since we've last met. And still no Assistant Secretary for Water and Science. My guess is that they'll be filling Tanya Trujillo's shoes partly with, or John Watts will be filling some of that portfolio left open by Trujillo's departure last year. So happy to answer any questions. There's a lot more information on Farm Bill, EPA announcements, reclamations, review, calculation of evaporative losses on the Colorado River. If you have any questions, I'm open to them now, or if you want to call or email me at any time.
Questions for Zane?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. Be back at 1:50.
Same.
And we will start in community funding
Claire.
partnership. All right, welcome back, everyone. We have moved on our agenda to item number 11, which is community funding partnership. We have 8 presentations today, 8 applications to consider. So Amy and Melissa, will turn it over to you.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a large agenda today, so we will try to be efficient with time. You have a large memo in your packet that includes many details. I think it's a record for us. But we will be recommending a little more than 1.6 million across these action items. I want to echo a quick thanks to Melissa Wills for all of her work. Many of these projects have taken many months of effort working back and forth with these applicants, and we are certainly biased, but as you've heard today, we have a great staff. But first up is going to be a proposal for a second round of funding with the Sonoran Institute to continue our West Slope Growing Water Smart workshop. This board approved an initial funding award in early 2022 to complete a first iteration of a Growing Water Smart workshop on the Western Slope. That was completed in October of 2023. We had 6 participating communities within our district and a 10-person advisory committee that helped us at the River District and in partnership with the Sonoran Institute get that off the ground. And part of that initial funding award included a policy scan where we asked the Sonoran Institute to take a deep dive into a review of land use codes for communities that haven't had this deeper scan yet in other growing water smart opportunities, but to also take a look at policy opportunities at a regional scale for our district. And so in your packet, you have the short report that we received through that process. And so in just a minute, I'm going to introduce Waverly Claw with the Sonoran Institute and Marjo Kurgis with Del Corazon Consulting, who helped draft the report to walk through these items. We see the importance of this work for many reasons within the district and the community funding program in particular of, we have an emphasis that all geographies and all sectors need to look at adaptation strategies to a hotter and drier future and contribute to solutions on our water needs. And at times we can get lost in some of the statewide numbers and percentage of municipal use when you look at that global picture. But it's important for us to remember that outdoor water use is often a significant component of local water providers' portfolios. And it's important to look at these water conservation strategies to avoid the need to pursue often costly and often limited opportunities for new water supplies, which are often looking at opportunities of new supplies from the agricultural sector. So we see these opportunities as very important. These pressures are happening, whether it's changes in hydrology or changes that are happening at the state capitol. So we are grateful for the few minutes that the board has to really dive into these opportunities from a land use perspective. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Waverly and Marjo.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Amy, and thank you to the board for having us today. As Amy mentioned, my name is Waverly Claw. I'm the director of the Growing Water Smart program for the Sonoran Institute. The Sonoran Institute is a 34-year-old nonprofit organization that works across the Colorado River Basin to connect people and communities with the natural resources that nourish and sustain them. And our current focus is really on water for many issues. And our main offices are in Tucson and Mexicali, but 3 of our 4-person Growing Water Smart team is headquartered in Colorado, as am I. So just by way of a quick background, about 8 years ago, to address the growing gap between water supply and demand in the municipal and industrial water sector, and recognizing, as Amy mentioned, the interplay between municipal water use and water for agriculture and the environment, we launched a Growing Water Smart program in partnership with the Lincoln Institute for Land Policy and their Babbitt Center for Land and Water Policy. And Growing Water Smart consists of a 3-day workshop and follow-up assistance that empowers local leaders to implement plans and policies that support community and regional water resilience. So this includes addressing water demand, but also stormwater management, watershed health, and related issues. We provide the space and the tools, but local governments and water providers come together to identify and implement locally appropriate solutions. So we've had workshops across the state, including a workshop focused on the West Slope in 2019. With the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments Water Quality and Quantity Committee. And we've been very pleased to partner with the Colorado River District through a community funding partnership grant and WCB Water Plan grant to serve communities in the River District in integrating their water priorities into land use plans and policies. As Amy mentioned, we held a Growing Water Smart workshop in October 2023 that was attended by 6 local governments within the district, as well as the city of Cortez. And we also conducted a water and land use policy scan of those priority geographic areas within the Colorado River District to determine opportunities for addressing water issues and challenges in the built environment through land use policies and programs. So I'd like to turn it over to Marjo Kurgis, principal and founder of Del Corazon Consulting, who is our Growing Water Smart Workshop Master Facilitator and who also conducted the policy scan and opportunities report for the Colorado River District region. So Marjo, it's all you.
Thanks, Waverly. Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, everybody. I also happen to conduct the policy scan for the QQ for a project that they did. So I have spent an inordinate amount of time reading land use policies and plans within the Colorado River District boundaries. The background for the purpose of the project was pretty well covered, but I just want to add that one of the values of doing the policy scan, in addition to informing, potential technical assistance programming, was also in a benefit to recruiting communities to participate. And we used this both with the QQ as well with the San Luis Valley, that once the scans were completed, to go meet with the elected officials in the towns, cities, and county to talk about the value of participating in the program. And we're hoping that we'll have that opportunity to do that with the communities that have not yet participated in a next round of workshops. So the scan principally looked at water supply plans, water efficiency plans, comprehensive plans, and then development regulations, hazard mitigation plans, sort of kind of looking for where are there opportunities for local governments to align across sectors within their communities to achieve more resilient water resource management, with an emphasis on how that water resource management plays out within the development land use community, because we've learned how much land use actually impacts projected water supplies. And out of the scan came 5 overarching themes with 9 specific policy opportunities. And these are not incredibly unique. You will see these showing up all over the state. But there are some that I think have implications for this specific area and region in terms of capacity and capacity building. And so I'm going to fly through these 9 policy opportunities for you right now. Within the 9 recommendations, 3 of them relate to water supply, kind of water supply planning. 3 are directed at outdoor water use and consumptive use. 2 are related to managing river systems. And then the last one is related to how we use indoor water and the implications of some of the state policies related to that. One of the ripe opportunities is working with local governments in updating their water adequacy standards. You might all recall that the state has a water adequacy rule that requires local governments to review development permits for proof of adequate water supply in terms of quality, quantity, dependability, and availability. Yet the processes to do this have not necessarily been implemented consistently across the state. DOLA's new land use model code will actually provide one of the most advanced examples of some of the development review criteria for local government to use and request in development applications. And so it's just a timely opportunity to work with local governments to both deal with the regulatory code permitting side of it, as well as really build in the capacity that's required for collaboration across departments within a local government, with external water providers, and with the state of Colorado itself. So just a timely one. Most of the codes all need support in making this process clearer for development review. Unsurprisingly, outdoor water use shows up in the policy recommendations with the passage of the non-functional turf rule, as well as the extension of funding for turf removal, and with the emphasis in the state water plan on resilient landscapes. Landscape transformation and outdoor water use tend to be upwards of within the Colorado River District between 25% to 60% of outdoor water use. So it's a pretty significant amount of water within municipal use, and often where local governments look to save water when they have shortages projected in the future on their water portfolios. But it requires both capacity within water utilities as well as revisions to landscape codes, which are complicated pieces of policy and often require a year or more in terms of a code update, as well as external technical assistance. And so this one, of course, shows up in this particular recommendation. On the Western Slope in general, there's very few more advanced water efficiency codes for landscapes. And Aspen, Avon, and this that says Mesa County, that's actually a typo. It's the city of Grand Junction, have all recently kind of passed some very strong examples for the region in terms of what a water efficient landscape policy can look like. So this will be a very important element, and it's a fiscally important one, because if we wait until 2026 to update all of the codes, that's 2 more years of potentially putting in turf that we will also have to pay to remove. So it just makes fiscal sense to move on these as soon as possible. And just as an example of what it looks like, these are all areas of non-functional turf that now should either be replaced or just not go in the future, and rather focus on landscapes that look like Colorado. Related and kind of unique to the Colorado River District there are many communities that receive irrigation water for municipal use on private property through irrigation districts or through dual systems. And historically, we've thought this was a very good use of water, both in protecting water rights and in protecting the potable water system. But now that we're looking at all water as valuable and trying to find ways to use all water efficiently, something unique to this region is really trying to figure out how to promote collaboration between water providers, utilities, and the irrigation districts, and finding ways and using that water most efficiently. So something unique to us. Indoor water use, surprisingly, is actually a pretty important water conservation focus area for particularly the resort communities, who not only have a peak in water use during the summer, but have a second peak demand from tourism in the winter. And so finding ways in which to improve collaboration with private businesses, commercial entities, as well as building really efficient in the future to try to reduce that indoor water use. We're fortunate that the state has really promoted water efficiency in residential development through the WaterSense rule, which, but we don't necessarily see those same efficiency gains within the commercial sector. And so finding opportunities across every local entity to maximize savings by working with commercial as well. Interesting, the 2021 code that was adopted by the state may have implications in terms of upgrading and updating codes across the region. Many of the scans that I looked at, some of those have not been updated since 2008. And so it's a really big leap to go from a 2008 building code to the more recent 2021 energy code. And so there might be some overarching guidance required on how to achieve that across the area. Following up on the conversation you all just had, most of the local governments comply with the minimum state standards for flood protection within the floodplain, the 100-year floodplain, to protect public safety. But there are significant gaps across code and a disconnect between the stated policy objectives for protection of riversheds or watersheds and rivers with the implementation of the tools that are actually available to local governments to protect those natural systems. almost every community that has come through a Growing Water Smart has a goal of trying to protect the river for economic reasons, for water supply reasons, and for quality of life reasons, but they're not yet moving and utilizing a lot of the tools that are available to them. And so there's a desire to build capacity and collaboration between local government and watershed, water resource management agencies that are trying to achieve these goals and work together to kind of hit on these other areas. And just as an example of some of the implications of the post-Sackett rule on local government management, taking all of your past debate on what ends up being covered by the state, with the removal of the federal protections and with no state protection, that burden for review now transfers to local government when it is a land use application. Most local government planning departments do not have the capacity to do this themselves. And so for them, the state stepping up provides coverage where they would have none. And so most of the policies that exist do provide some language of where they must comply with the Clean Water Act. And those will now need to be modified to at least move to comply with the rule for dredge and fill permits through CDPHE, and then would need another code modification if there are additional rules that come out of the legislation this year. So just thinking about the implications for local government is significant, because there are very few places that have the ability to do what Summit County has done, which is set up a community board that then reviews permits. And it requires certain skills to be able to determine and delineate a wetland boundary, at which there is then a local government rule that says there must be a setback from that delineated line. And so for local governments, this is an important capacity issue. And most permits that come in that are either in the region where there is water that is connected and it's adjacent to a river, they can rely on Army Corps for development review and send off the development applications and get information back. For those that are not, it simply becomes a question of like, is that or is that not something that we want to try to protect? So clarity at the local level and capacity at the local level is a part of this discussion that I think often gets left out. And it puts a large burden on planning commissions and on planning departments. The integration, and sorry, I'll speed up here. There's only 2 left, but many of the local governments are also looking at how stormwater management thresholds for MS4 thresholds are becoming a reality as these regions grow. Integrating green infrastructure or green stormwater management is a lower cost way to meet some of the water quality protection standards, as well as to infiltrate and slow down stormwater flows that create flooding hazards. So there's a lot going on around this notion of low impact development, but it is also a technical capacity issue. And so finding ways to support local governments in maximizing low impact development is another key area. 1041 regulations are a local decision, but just in terms of my review and thinking about water supply and water diversions or transbasin diversions or water projects, most of the headwater communities worked through the QQ to adopt 1041 related to water supply projects within their boundaries. It's one of the few tools that local governments have when a transbasin project does come up. When we did this project in the San Luis Valley was threatened with a exportation project that was a pretty significant one. And so they all came together as a region and adopted a 1041 specifically for that was consistent amongst all of their communities. So it's just something I flagged as a potential gap, but it would be something that individual local governments would have to pursue and not as much maybe a capacity, well, it could be a capacity project. And then lastly, within the water supply planning realm and thinking about municipal use and thinking about land use plans, historically, we have used a very crude tool, which most of the governments and water providers within the river district have also done, which is population projected growth times GPCD equals the amount of water that we will need in the future for new development. That tool is actually not really useful in understanding how much water we will really need. And all of these factors on this slide are the things that really need to come into play when looking at future water demand. And so many of the water providers are looking and seeking assistance with refining their methodologies and creating the necessary tools and working with local planning departments to refine how this forecasting is done. The Eagle Water and Sanitation District has recently created a very valuable tool that they also now use to review development applications, and it utilizes some of these methodologies. And so building the capacity of water utilities and local government to work together to use good data to understand how much water will be needed through both new developments as well as in the future. So out of all of these, we identified sort of 4 that are the most ripe: landscape and turf policy and river and wetland protection, both because of the implications on water supply and water quality, but also because what's happening at the state and federal policy level, and then building capacity for integration of low impact development and building capacity for more effective tools to project future water demand in the future. All of these would contribute to greater resiliency within our local governments. So that's a fast pass through. I hope I didn't talk too fast. I hope I didn't take up too much of your time, but thank you for allowing us the opportunity, one, to create this information so that we can share it with local governments, as well as use it to inform the work of the Growing Water Smart program going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marjo and Waverly. We very much appreciate your time and flexibility today. And I think to get through all of our action items before we lose directors at noon, we'll probably hold questions, and the report is in your packet. And Melissa and I are always happy to talk with directors, and can also connect you directly with Waverly and Marjo if folks have questions. But I think we will move forward into our first action item, which is a follow-on of this work that builds on this first Growing Water Smart workshop, the technical assistance grants through that initial award, and the opportunities report that Marjo and Waverly just walked through. So we are recommending a next funding request of $98,426 to go to the Sonoran Institute for 3 components. One is ongoing education and training for the cohort that went through the Growing Water Smart training in October. One of the follow-ups that we have worked with those communities on is how do we make sure that those plans that they identified in those workshops move forward, and what capacity and what support can we lend to those communities so that we don't go through this workshop, send them off, and not see what we want to see in terms of actionable results. So we've incorporated ongoing education and training, more educational webinars, in-person networking, sharing of resources, and additional data collection so we can best serve those communities. We're also going to have a second cohort of communities for a next West Slope Growing Water Smart workshop that in this case will be a partnership with Southwestern Water Conservation District, where we expect 3 to 4 communities from our district boundaries and 3 to 4 within Southwestern's Water Conservation District boundaries, and we're sharing the cost for that workshop at this point. And then we'll also offer a second round of limited technical assistance grants that is part of this program in terms of getting communities some resources, some financial resources to move forward on their implementation plans. So I think we'll pause there. We do have a number of letters of support from the past participants, also a letter of support from Delta County and Commissioner Coons, who was part of our advisory committee that helped us think through and set up this first workshop. So with that, I think Melissa and I can pause for questions and entertain any motion for the action.
All right, questions, comments? Director Chavez.
So Melissa, I saw in the project budget that the indirect costs feel a little bit high, but that might depend on what is within there. So does that include personnel time and stuff like that, or can you tell me a little bit more about what's in there?
Yeah, there's extensive work that goes into putting on the workshop and as well as supporting the educational opportunities for the existing participants. So it's a fair amount of personnel time.
Okay.
And the beauty of this program is it's supplying resources and expertise in the area of municipal water conservation that otherwise would be hard to track down and convene in one room. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Director Munger.
Just short question, I think this is a great thing, and I really was confused about who's the audience here. But, so I guess I really understand when you gotta have staff on board at these municipalities, but somehow you gotta get the policy people, the elected council people in there involved. How do you, you don't need to answer it now, but I just wanted, that's really gotta be important. I mean, without councils driving this to make it an important thing for the staff is not gonna do it, because they're probably busy doing the rest of their stuff. So we gotta get driving into this council and the policymakers, and I hope you're doing that.
Director Munger, I think that's an excellent point, and as communities build their teams to apply to participate, that's a huge component of the readiness of these communities, and having an elected official is, I believe, a required component, if not strongly advised, for these teams that go through the Growing Water Smart program, so that there is the buy-in from the elected level to support staff to ultimately implement the policies and ideas that they bring through the workshop.
Great, thank you.
Other comments, questions? We have a staff recommendation for funding in the amount of $98,426.
Munger moves staff recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Munger, second by Dennison. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. One down.
One
John.
down, 7 to go. Okay, so the next one is a request from the Blue River Watershed Group for $150,000. As many of you may have been aware, a few years ago, the Blue River lost their gold fishery standard, and the community has been very concerned about the state of their fisheries below Dillon Dam on the Blue River. And so through the creation of a IWMP, which the River District through CFP funded twice, they found that there's 3 driving forces to why the fishery health is declining. The first is temperature, it's far too cold. The second is restricted flows, and the third is lack of habitat. And so the Blue River Watershed Group is looking to tackle one of these items, which is the lack of habitat. And they are looking at a 3-mile stretch broken out in 2 pieces below the Dillon Dam to not enlarge, to actually reduce the size of the channel, add more habitat and pools, as well as some other projects, allow more public access opportunities, improve their storm drainage infrastructure and others. And so this is a fairly expensive and large project. They are requesting $150,000 for the complete 100% design and engineering for this stretch of river, which is going to cost about $2.8 million. We are really excited to share that they have confirmed funding from the Bureau's Water Smart Opportunity, CWCB, and they have an application pending with GOCO and the town of Silverthorne. So this request in the span of the total cost of the project is pretty small. It's about 5% of the total cost. And they have been working diligently with an array of partners, you name it, Trout Unlimited, CPW, et cetera. And I do want to note that Director Taylor Haas did provide a letter of support. She was bummed not to be here. She has been integral in supporting this team, working with the county and other partners to move this project forward. So yes, we are recommending full funding of $150,000 for an array of reasons. First, the benefits of this project to the community. Second, this will allow us to leverage over $2.7 million in federal and state funding. And overall, this is a priority that's been identified by stakeholders in Summit County.
Questions, comments?
Do you expect they'll be back again when they get ready to do it?
Well, you actually bring up a great point that I forgot to mention. We are honoring this request because we had conversations with them prior to the Shoshone project. So I think that's just a question of timing. We're really not prioritizing projects in the Colorado main stem, but yes, they probably will come back. But this is going to take a few years for engineering to be completed.
Director Gray, I'll add, one of the interesting components of this project is the BOR WaterSmart award that they did receive. It's a $1.8 million award for this design, which is a sizable portion of this effort so far. And they received that award through a new WaterSmart program that was launched with bipartisan infrastructure law money in particular. And it's grouped into phases one or two, where they have funding opportunities for design and engineering, which is where this $1.8 million award came from. It also opens the door for a sizable portion, I believe it's up to $25 million, for next phase implementation costs. So we do expect that this, the Blue River Watershed Group will continue to be competitive for sizable amounts of Bureau funding, which again was part of our recommendation to support the funding request for this, because again, we feel it helps to position our constituents and districts to capture a large amount of federal funding.
Thank you.
Director Munger.
So a couple things. So first off, temperature. So, I mean, that's coming right straight out of Dillon Reservoir.
Yeah,
Aren't they required to mix the water? I mean, Hunter will tell you that Elkhead is required to, and us at Stagecoach are required to mix water, and we don't get water below a temperature, I mean, certain temperature. So are they exempt for that? And you, I don't know, they must not be.
Brendan on that one.
When Dillon was constructed, they only have a low level outlet. So they only have, they don't have a way or a method to mix the water or mix the releases. So it was just an earlier design before considerations of water temperature were really.
Oh, wow. Well, that's intense. I can see why the water's cold.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's an older dam that way. Glen Canyon Dam has the same problem. That's why Glen Canyon management is, or Grand Canyon management is so hard with the invasive species temperature issue. It is a real problem. And, you know, Denver Water doesn't have much money to fix it, so.
So, and then the second, $2.4 million for engineering, that's just unfathomable how much that is. And then my third comment, and again, I'm sure this is a great thing. This, you know, I'm sure we're gonna need a dredge and fill permit for this too.
From several jurisdictions.
No sarcasm intended.
We did have sticker shock and maybe still do, and really asked them, how did they get to the 2.4 to 2.8 million total cost? And they did two things. They compared it to other similar projects that are currently in progress. Second, they worked with CWCB's cost estimator tool. We did talk to CWCB and they said, yes, these costs are high, but they are similar to other projects. So yes, it is a high cost, but
I'm in the
we
wrong
have,
profession.
right, exactly. You are.
Director Munger, I think you're okay in your profession, but I do want to just add that we did go through a lot of back and forth because we also felt that these costs were high, but it is in the ballpark of just a significant expense for the expanse of this project, that it's looking at a 3-mile restoration effort. And so again, with leveraging federal funding opportunities that exist right now, we have encouraged our constituents and partners of, now is the time to think through these larger sets of projects, because there are funding opportunities that could get them to the finish line.
And he doesn't, they planning to go out to bid on this project design, so there's still an opportunity for
savings.
Well, savings and, yeah.
All right. Any other comments? Do we have a motion?
I'll move staff recommendation.
Moved by Chavez, a second,
Monger second.
second by Munger. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion's approved.
Okay, number 3. Director John Ely mentioned, and honestly just did my job for me yesterday, explaining the East Mesa Ditch Emergency Repairs Project. But for a quick review, East Mesa Water Company is located in Picken and Garfield County off the Crystal River. And they experienced a pretty extreme emergency. A picture here. They had exactly 3 sinkholes take out their ditch. One was over 30 feet deep. And they have had to act quickly. This took out about 30% of the acreage that they could irrigate, or their ability to irrigate. And called us up and said, hey, we need to tackle this. And so they got a bridge loan from CWCB and started to put in about 700 linear feet of pipe, fill in the ditch, and the sinkholes, et cetera. They are requesting $207,500, which is about 47% of the total cost. This is being matched by Picken County Healthy Rivers, and the ditch is providing $25,000 in in-kind support. This is labor, equipment, materials to demobilize the site. Normally, we would say this is a high percentage of support from the River District. But there's 2 things to note. First, this ditch company has done extensive work over the past 10 years to upgrade their ditch, to pipe it, to improve the conservation and efficiency through irrigation systems. And the second reason is that we see a strong potential to partner with them in Crystal River augmentation solutions into the future. And they serve as an integral part of the community when it comes to ag for Garfield and Picken County. So we are recommending full support of this request at $207,500 as an emergency grant to ensure that they don't carry the entire burden of this project.
I'll just quickly point out that this picture is being used for a number of purposes, including staff safety training. Because the closest person to that sinkhole happens to be our staff member, Melissa. We do have a number of regulations and policies in place to protect our employees, and I don't believe that actually complies with it, so.
I was wearing closed-toed shoes, so.
Yes.
You got a rope there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should just got you.
Comments, questions? Director Chavez.
I'll just say that I support this project because I know that with emergency type projects, there are fewer funding types available for folks to go after because the repairs have already been made or they have already started. And so while I understand it's a bit higher than what we might typically fund, I think they might be a bit limited in who they can go out to for support. So I'd move staff recommendation to fund this project.
Second.
Moved by Chavez, second by Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion's approved.
Okay, number 4. The Little Snake River Diversion Structure Rehabilitation Project is a project spearheaded by the Pothook Water Conservancy District up in the northern part of our district. And for some background, you know, this area has a fair amount of stakeholders that have been working on removing fish barriers, improving diversions to support ag along the entire stretch of the Little Snake. And they've done an incredible job at tackling all of them except 3 diversions. And so they're coming to us for a request to rehabilitate 3 diversions that currently serve as fish barriers and have resulted in a pretty large amount of erosion and other negative impacts to the morphology of the Little Snake. They're requesting $250,000 to complete the construction of these 3 projects. This is, you know, we've had a few bundled projects where there's multiple projects in one request, and this is a great opportunity to kind of put numbers together and say, okay, hey, with all of these together, this is going to impact 10.5 miles of the Little Snake River, improve 4.4 acres of riparian habitat, repair 4,000 feet of channel, protect 5,000 feet of eroded bank, you name it. The impacts are definitely more extensive when put together. This project, as Doug mentioned, is a priority of the Headwaters of the Colorado River Initiative among other partners in the area. And they have secured federal funding through the NRCS, and they have a pending request with CWCD. And so ultimately the request only represents 15% of the total cost of the project. So we are recommending full funding for this project. There's multiple reasons. First of all, it's a multi-benefit project. Second, it's an area we have yet to fund. And third, they have succeeded in securing a diverse amount of funding and support in their region.
Director Winter.
So it says repair of 4,200 of the 5,700 feet. Are they actually gonna work on that stream, or are they just repairing the head gates?
They're gonna work on it because a lot of the head gates have caused the river to either the entire river go into the head gate or move away from the head gate, as well as just the erosion.
So that looks like, is that a heavy bedlock deposition?
Oh, yeah. And it's a pretty flat river right in there too, and seems to have has a sweeping. So yeah, there's gonna be some river restoration needed to preserve the head gates and head gates to preserve the
To pin,
river.
pin down the river, to pin down,
That
pinpoint.
was, I had a conversation with Jonathan, who works with the Pothook, and, you know, this is a challenging section of the river right in there.
Doug, what did Jonathan say? Maybe Aaron, you'll remember, Jonathan said that the Yampa supplies most of the water, but the Little Snake supplies most of the sediment.
It does,
Something like that?
it does, yes, indeed.
We have one of those.
Director Dennison.
The engineering is already underway or complete or approved, and
Completed.
and was that done by the NRCS or was that done by a TSP or someone?
So they have a really great system up there in my mind. The Little Snake River Conservation District and their partners have in-house engineers that are also work for the NRCS. They have some kind of agreement. And so the in-kind support listed here, it's a fair amount, is the completed engineering on the project.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Director Dennison. I think as staff, outside of this project, this arrangement with the NRCS and a close working relationship is rare and something that we are interested in exploring if there's opportunities to replicate.
Absolutely.
You're not gonna let them see the other engineering budget, right?
That was my comment too. Notice the construction amount.
No,
Director Gregg.
Yeah, this is, anyone that ever gets a chance, you should take a tour of, the Little Snake has been very progressive through the Conservancy District, the Conservation District, I guess is. they've done a lot of work up there in the last 10 or 15 years that we can all take a lesson from, I think. And this is a great project because it's combining some versions and stuff, so I'd make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Moved by Gray, second by Dennison. All
I
those
had
in-
one
oh,
further
yes,
comment
go ahead.
real quickly. So I did ask Jonathan and make sure that, so these are Colorado lands that we're working on, so could we have that conversation as well
First
as?
question, what do you call it?
Yeah, so I mean, that fine line between the Little Snake, it does this thing on the state line, so part of it's in Wyoming and part of it's in Colorado, but you know, we're trying to share, and I think Wyoming stepped up and helped them quite a bit on their side, the rivers, their side of the state too.
What is,
so.
they always say that crosses the state line 27 times.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sorry.
Thanks, that's helpful. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Right, motion passed.
Our next project is with the Wolf Creek Reservoir Project with Rio Grande Water Conservancy District.
And we'll note that Director Vandenberg is recusing himself and leaving the room.
Yeah, I will note that we do have a few projects during this agenda item where we do have directors that are employed by the project applicant, and a number of these meet the threshold for board approval given the funding request amount. But we have, just as best practice, we will bring applications to the board regardless of the funding amount if there is a director that's employed by the project applicant. So I'm going to discuss this as a second application for funding to support permitting needs for Wolf Creek Reservoir. We have awarded a community funding partnership award in October of 2021 for an initial round of funding to support permitting efforts. And I'll walk through that was a first iteration of an award, and we did expect to receive subsequent applications. So I'll go over a bit of a project background on Wolf Creek Reservoir and go in depth a bit into our staff recommendation. So as a reminder, since 2013, the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District has conducted a significant amount of planning work to design a water storage project within the White River Basin. They have a 2014 conditional water right for a 66,720 acre foot reservoir that was awarded to the project in January 2021 with the following beneficial uses: municipal augmentation, mitigation of environmental impacts, hydroelectric power generation, recreation, piscatorial, and wildlife habitat. And Rio Blanco Water Conservancy has identified Wolf Creek Dam, which is located on Wolf Creek, as the preferred location. The reservoir would be filled by a pump station on the White River and would primarily fill during spring runoff periods and during wet years. The Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District filed a right-of-way application in June of 2022 with the BLM for Wolf Creek Reservoir, and that kicked off a pre-notice of intent NEPA process prior to the formal initiation of NEPA. And one of the components that's important is a reminder that under current regulations, NEPA analyses are required to occur in a 2-year time frame for EISs after the notice of intent is filed to when the record of decision is issued. And so what that has done is front-loaded quite a bit of studies and efforts and costs in this pre-notice of intent period. And so since 2022, the district, working alongside BLM and their contractors, has conducted numerous field studies. They've developed MOUs with cooperating agencies. They've secured third-party contractors, developed the purpose and need, and identified initial alternatives. The River District is also participating as a cooperating agency with Rebecca Breezemore as our lead staff, and so she may jump up and answer some questions as we get through this. One of the milestones that is important to talk through with this funding request is in January of this year. It does tier along with our earlier conversation. The Army Corps determined a jurisdictional nexus requiring an individual 404 permit. So in this scenario, BLM will remain the lead federal agency but a joint notice of intent and EIS will be developed with the BLM and the Army Corps, and they will likely have a joint record of decision. And so what that has done to the permitting process is the Army Corps will need to go through their own regulations, their own processes, which will require additional review of the purpose and need, additional review of the alternatives, and specifically their process for determining the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative. That's a term of art that I think many have heard. It's called the LEDPA analysis. So with that background and the state of the Army Corps involvement, I'm going to walk through our staff recommendation. And so when presenting our initial funding recommendation to the board in October of 2021, our staff recommendation recognized two critical elements within the permitting process. One, that we supported the need for an inclusive and collaborative permitting process that's supported by data and responsive to public feedback. And two, that we support the need for a robust review of alternatives and reservoir sizing that meets the water supply needs identified in the basin. And so following the staff recommendation, I mentioned the River District Board awarded through our community funding partnership an initial grant award of $330,000. That was a partial grant award in alignment with the above principles, and we did encourage future applications as the permitting process progressed, knowing that these permitting efforts for a water supply project of this magnitude are unpredictable in terms of costs and the level of analysis and these jurisdictional determinations. At this time, the initial award is fully spent, and in your board packet, we've included a chart of expenditures between 2021 and 2023 and each of the funding partners and sources. And so while we had hoped that our initial funding award, alongside other funding that the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District secured, would get us through the finalization of the purpose and need report and get us through the alternatives analysis report. And the Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District did complete these deliverables working through the BLM process as the lead federal agency. What has since occurred that I walked through is the Army Corps' involvement that is taking the permitting process, I wouldn't say a step back, but having to review those purpose and need and alternative analyses with the Army Corps process. In terms of the estimated costs for the permitting process through 2025, Rio Blanco estimated that permitting alone would cost $2.7 million. That also includes a 25% contingency for change orders along the way that we think is justified given the level of analysis that's needed for these projects and the input that cooperating agencies often provide in terms of additional studies or analyses or modeling that's needed. They've also included $1.9 million in other project costs, which include components like external affairs, legal, project design, environmental consultants, resource economists, land easements and purchases, surveys, and administration after this project. And so the applicant requested $1.5 million from the River District Community Funding Partnership, which equates to about 32% of the applicant's projected costs for 2024 and 2025, and includes both permitting costs and those other project costs that I listed. And so our staff recommendation considered multiple factors. One, that we recognize the importance of storage, particularly in the White River Basin, and we have a strong interest in supporting the community to continue to analyze this project, understand the supply constraints and storage needs within the White River Basin. We also acknowledge the strong local support from elected officials and local governments that will benefit from this project, including the Rio Blanco Board of County Commissioners, the Moffat County Board of County Commissioners, and the town of Rangeley. And at the same time, we also recognize that water supply projects of this magnitude do create permanent impacts to the inundation lands, to hydrologic conditions that do require a thorough analysis of what are these impacts. And we also recognize that the board at this time has not taken a formal position on this project. So we are recommending providing additional funding to assist Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District in the extended timeline and the additional analyses to reach the permitting milestones. And so with this funding award, the deliverables that we worked on with the applicant was using these funds to develop the final purpose and need report, complete the alternatives analysis report and selection, complete a number of the project studies and reports that will continue to feed into the ultimate drafting of the draft environmental impact statement and the draft resource management plan amendment, release the notice of intent to formally begin that NEPA process and 2-year clock, and also complete the scoping process and project scoping report, which is the first step following a notice of intent for a NEPA process. And part of our rationale for getting the project through the scoping period and providing this next level of funding for that deliverable is we believe the scoping period offers an opportunity for the board to then further consider its position and role in this project. It will provide additional clarity on the various purposes that this reservoir can serve. I walked through the list of decreed uses, but it's a range of uses from municipal supply, augmentation, water-based recreation, and mitigation for fish and wildlife, as well as see the range of alternatives and range of reservoir sizing that may be considered. And so as staff, we feel like getting this information and getting the project farther along in the permitting process would provide a more informed basis for us to potentially consider a position on the project and our role going forward in the permitting process. And so, as an example, we recognize that a core interest in this reservoir is the ability for flat water recreation to be supportive of economic development in that region. And we do recognize the importance of water-based recreation within our CFP program, but our core interest remains focusing on the water storage needs for the water users in the White River Basin. And so we do want to see the analysis move forward. And so we are not recommending the full 1.5 million request, and we're not recommending that the River District provide funding for the other expenses for external affairs, legal work, project design at this time, but we are recommending a subsequent award of $550,000 to complete these next phases in the permitting process over the next 2 years, which is approximately 20% of the currently projected NEPA permitting costs for this next phase. So I know that's a lot to take in. It's a complex project. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and then I may invite Rebecca to follow up.
And Amy, that brings our, if the board were to adopt staff recommendation, brings our total investment in the purpose and need portion of this project to
$880,000.
Just want everybody to identify.
Questions, comments? Director Munger.
So I see CWCB is not involved in this at this point in time. They were earlier and then now they're not. Is that?
So CWCB did provide funding in a pre-permitting capacity. I think it is a state position that they would have a conflict of interest because of the permitting requirements through CDPHE. They do require a 401 permit, that it would be a conflict of interest to provide funding for the permitting process.
Okay, and then my other comment, too bad we can't have the Bureau of Rec build this. That way we could drain it and send it down to the lower basin.
I think they're already getting it. So.
Director Munger and then Director Dennison. Gray, I'm sorry.
Amy, I appreciate the approach you're taking, because I think there are some unknowns. And I'm supportive of the project, I think. Onondaga County's on record as supporting it, but there's a lot of unknowns. So I think this is a great way to get some information. Yeah. And maybe, there may be, personally, I'm thinking there may be some resizing needed to the size of the project in the end, but maybe not. So anyway, that's it.
Thanks, Director Gray. Director Dennison.
Yeah, my question was about the sizing of the project. I think I don't know enough about it.
None of us really know.
The water storage component, which I think you brought up, that is important, obviously. I don't know what those needs are, and I don't know if that analysis was something that was done with the $330,000 of previous investment, or that's gonna be continuing in the future through this investment. We talked about there's municipal demands, and then there's augmentation needs. Have those been clearly identified as in terms of like how many acre feet this would serve? How does that all work, and who would be served by those? That's
Yeah,
the story.
That's the question.
I may have Rebecca expand on some of this, but the town of Rangeley is one of the entities that would be served for municipal purposes, and I do believe Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District has contracts in place with Yellow Jacket Water Conservancy District as an augmentation supplier, but Rebecca, I may see if you want to fill in what is public information at this point in terms of those supply needs.
Yeah, so Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District developed a purpose and need plan that BLM has been using, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but as Amy mentioned, they have municipal augmentation, there's an environmental portion in there, and then I think Flatwater Recreation is another big component. So there's several different purpose and needs laid out in their plan. With Army Corps being involved, that purpose and need will have a lot more scrutiny because they will be developing their own purpose and need. And so Army Corps is going to be looking at that, at the Rio Blanco purpose and need.
And that'll include an alternative analysis in that process. But has any acre foot demand been identified by the Yellow Jacket Conservancy District?
I would have to look, the Rio Blanco purpose and need has a specific allocations for each of those different segments of purpose and need. So I could go back and look.
The district has identified those needs. The Army Corps, as you know, is
They're gonna
defining and reevaluating that. So that's, in our mind, that's still an outstanding question. So that's part of why this pre-permitting purpose and need process with the Army Corps is frankly going to be a bit more rigorous than the BLM process.
We'll just keep coming back to the conversation we just had with Aaron about the wells and the need for augmentation and the over appropriation. I don't know if that.
Yep, it all plays
all
into
play into if those wells have been identified or.
Director Munger and then Director.
Yeah, just quickly, this has been an iterative process, and it really has, and the Vision engineers, they've been in court with it. Originally, I mean, so the volume and purpose and need has changed. When this thing first started, there was a lot of oil well water that was gonna be needed. Well, that's kind of going away too, so that, I don't know that that's, so, yeah, I think I've questioned the purpose and need and the size of it since we started this thing. I mean, since Alden started this thing 10 years ago, we're basically on 10 or 12 years right now. We've been pushing this thing. So I think we need to get to a point, somebody needs to agree and figure out how we can do something. So I think this will get us there.
I do too. Yeah, well, and there's one of the things that, where this all came from is just above the town of Rangeley's a little reservoir, or a reasonable sized reservoir called Kinney Reservoir that's silting in. It's an in-channel reservoir, and that's a lot of the municipal supplies for Rangeley. And so the Rio Blanco Conservancy District, a number of years ago, said, we gotta do something, Rangeley's gotta do something. So that's where it came from. And then economy of size crept in because if we're gonna build a different reservoir, it needs to be off-channel so it doesn't silt in again. But to get enough partners to create some kind of a economy of scale, begin to try to find purposes and needs beyond just the town of Rangeley. And so, but it's a valid reason to build a reservoir, because they are gonna be in a bad situation at some point.
And Kinney Reservoir is silting in, I mean, that's almost an understatement. It's about 300 to 400 acre feet a year.
It's about done.
I've seen it, yeah.
So that's where it all came from, and I think that's why we need to get more information to get to the sizing that supplies the real core values. And you've identified some of them, like what augmentation will it be able to supply?
Well, my thought around that is that someone's gonna pay for that augmentation down the road. These are incredible costs we're talking about just for permitting, and talk about repayment,
Yeah.
blows my mind how much the acre-foot cost would be, but, regardless, I would recommend to approve the staff recommendation funding level for the
Second.
project.
Is that a motion?
That was motion, that was my motion.
We have a motion by Dennison, a second by Gray. Before we take a vote on that, we do have a lot of project folks online. Just wanted to give, if anybody wanted to say anything, if you can raise your hand online. We can't see you, but we can hear you, and we will call on you.
And while we wait on that, Director Dennison, I did want to clarify that Rio Blanco Water Conservancy District has intergovernmental agreements with Yellow Jacket Water Conservancy along with Rio Blanco County, and the town of Rangeley has provided a commitment to purchase at least 2,000 acre-feet of water storage. So I did just want to clarify that.
Is there anybody from the project proponents who wishes to speak? You can unmute and turn your camera on if so, and if not, we certainly understand. But just want to give you the opportunity. Or any member of the public at all, yeah, not just, sorry, didn't mean that.
All right, seeing none, we.
I think Tim,
Oh.
no, I think that's,
We have a motion and a second on the floor for staff recommendation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion is approved, and let me do a check-in. It is noon now. I think I saw cards going by, so lunch is probably here. I know we have 2 directors who need to take off. Do you want to continue through the final 3 first and then grab some lunch, or do you need a break now?
and
Yeah,
I
you
hate to
need
do
a
this, but
quorum.
we actually need 4
4,
more
oh,
before
sorry.
we lose a quorum, because the next item is an action item on the agenda, which is the project operations. And Hunter is remarkably fast at presenting his project item, so
I think we will have a quorum, right?
we have 10 on, right now, 8 is a quorum. If
We're gonna lose 2.
If we lose 2, we're okay. But
Right.
if anybody else
I have to step
disappears.
out for mine.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
She has to step out, but
He'll come back.
he'll come back, but if we go ahead and just quickly, if we could do,
Yeah.
We haven't
as long as we
actually,
don't stay.
we haven't actually taken a vote on that motion, but we can go ahead and vote. That's all right, he can come in, but I.
Come on in, we already voted. We voted.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the vote. Apologize. Sorry.
He voted, we voted.
Shows how closely I pay attention to you guys.
All right, the motion was to approve staff recommendation.
All right.
Thank you, and Director Vandenbrink is back in, so we will continue moving forward. Director Chavez has recused herself and left the room for board action item 6 on the Upper Gunnison Water Conservancy District request.
Okay, number 6, Upper Gunnison River Water Conservancy District has been working with Trout Unlimited to prioritize ag and river rehabilitation projects within the Gunnison Basin. And we've been working with them for a few months now to put together a bundled application. And really this is kind of new territory for us to be able to provide funding to one entity so that they can take on the risk and the project management of multiple projects within their basin, and to really serve as that expertise in saying, hey, these are priority projects in our area. These are 4 projects. 3 are rehabilitating ag diversions that, you name it, service fish passage issues, I meant to say inhibit fish passage, promote erosion, and have really served as priority projects to ensure that they rehabilitate the tributaries of the Gunnison. The 3rd project is a river restoration project that will improve habitat and reduce the widening channel of the area, et cetera. So I'm really just kind of summing up this project as a whole, just to demonstrate the value of these bundled projects. Overall, all 4 projects will support over 500 acres of ag land, and have been, let me try and change the slide, there we go, have been shown through a lot of different cases where the NRCS has provided funding, CWCB, all landowners for all 4 projects are providing funding. So extensive collaboration has been done. So we are recommending the full amount of their request, which is $114,400, which represents 22% of the total cost of the 4 projects to complete the final engineering and overall construction of these projects.
Comments? Questions?
I would move to approve it. I mean, I agree with you on the bundling and stuff, and $10 an acre. It's pretty cheap.
Director Dennison.
I'm totally supportive of all these projects and pretty familiar with all these diversions, but one question, the Vidal Brothers #1, is that just about the bridge on Wild Creek, above the gauge?
I think it is.
Okay.
I haven't visited. It's the one that's caused some issues with eroding.
Landowners
Yeah.
in that neighborhood?
Yes,
I've
so,
worked on that one. Yeah, this is a great project.
So now we know why it eroded.
Hey, whoa, so it's cheaper now because there's some warranty, guarantee work in it. Got you.
That thing's, it's a problem.
All right, we have
So we have a motion to it.
we have a motion on the table from,
Ruby is raising her hand.
all right, we have a motion from Director Winery, a second from Director Dennison. Director Hazard.
I think maybe I should abstain on this one also. I am a board member for the Upper Gunnison.
Yes,
And Scott.
Ruby, we've seen some head shaking in the room, so thank you for pointing that out. We'll note for the record that Director Hazard has recused herself from the vote. And any other discussion before we take a vote? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes.
I think we'll zoom through the next one. I'll let Melissa give a quick summary, but this is one that the amount falls under the general manager's approval, and we've done our analysis and recommended approval through that process. But since we do have a director as the applicant, we felt that it would be good practice to bring to the board.
And I would actually ask that just as is consistent with general manager review, you would normally just get a summary of the project in your memo. I don't think we need to provide it unless the board wants it. It's in the memo. If you want more detail, I'm just trying to be respectful.
I'm gonna move to approve. This is a great deal because it's a big deal there in the last few years as that's gone down. And when I drive by all the time, and this is so I'm gonna move to approve this.
Okay?
I'll second, but I guess I have a question. How come the owners of the reservoir and the owners of the water aren't undertaking this? I mean, aren't they responsible for their water? I mean, we're responsible for our water. So.
It's a great question, but I'm not sure that.
They're not set up to do algae. They're just set up to store and dump.
So when that algae's actually at the upper end of that, of the reservoir there, right? And it's coming out in these spots and so the part, I mean, to get them, you can barely get them.
I mean, there's a catch-22 in that as well. I mean, the first thing we're seeing on our reservoirs, well, we're gonna point fingers at the ranchers for over fertilizing and the rest of stuff, and Eldon sees this thing too. So I mean, I appreciate us coming up with the science to do this, but it would seem that we would still, you know, I apologize.
No, so I'm happy to, I don't know if I could answer questions.
No, that's fine. I'll be quiet. So, thank you.
Point well noted, so. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any other?
Just to follow up, this is a national epidemic that's really happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Global.
it is, and I know we've done an extensive analysis on the White River, necessarily not for the blue-green, you know, the cyanobacteria, but for the cladophora that we're dealing with. And we're finding some not so pleasant trends happening nationally, regionally, however you want to say it, for one reason or another. So I like the fact we're gathering one more slate of data, add to another set of pools. That's really what I'm seeing. And I don't think anybody's got a response to it. I know with what I'm doing on another project, that's one of the first questions they're asking is, what are you going to do to remediate any cyanobacteria from happening in your project? Well, you pose me a challenge, I'm gonna do my best to come up with a solution, and it's gonna be different. But that may be something that's gonna come out of this, is your reservoir operations may change dramatically. It may take the addition of equipment, but we need a little bit more data. I don't think anybody's there yet. So that's why all we can do is just do data collection and keep people talking and thinking about it. Somebody might strike the, oh, there it is. Raise it.
All right, we have a motion from Winery, a second from Munger. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
Okay, I'm joining Melissa and Amy for this because it,
Hunter, you're gonna need to speak up. Your
Okay.
voice is naturally soft, but you've gotta speak up because of the people online were using our backup mics.
Yep.
So, all right.
Okay, so I'm joining Melissa and Amy because I have some background in history in managing these releases, reservoir releases, and also because it ties in with a water marketing contract. So this is combining two projects that historically have been separate, and they're going under the umbrella of the Colorado Water Trust Yampa River Reservoir Release Project. So those two efforts are releases from Stagecoach and releases from Elkhead Reservoir. As a little background with Elkhead, this is really an evolution of an effort that we started back in 2021. Going back a little bit further, it really got started, the historic call, it was kind of a wake-up call when the Yampa went on call for the first time, and that prodded the River District to start the pilot project. I think that was 2019. We started releasing water to try to prevent a call from coming on. At that point, it was fully River District funded, and then that evolved a little bit subsequently, so that we received a Yampa River Fund grant, so it was 50-50, and now this is a further evolution of that to where we'll be chipping in 25% of it. So it's kind of a continuation of that, but it is different in a few different ways. One, it's a 3-year proposal, so this would be funding 3 years. We're at that reduced rate of 25%. It's also a little bit different in that instead of the River District staff, myself and Don and Sam electing when to make those releases, it'll be the Water Trust making those decisions. We'll still be at the table, we'll still be having those conversations, but they'll be the ones making those actual requests. And then another distinction is that the releases won't be exclusively for preventing the call. So before we were making those releases, strategically timing it to prevent a call from coming on. There's more flexibility in this proposal so that the Water Trust can make releases specifically to benefit the critical habitat for endangered fish. So that's a differentiation there. One concern with that is that if there's low flows late in the season, they could release too much water so that if there is a call on the river, we'll run out of water. But we've worked with them a lot, and they've got some kind of guidelines so that to prevent that from happening. So they'll be preserving water till later in the irrigation season to make sure that we can at least attempt to keep a call off the river. So that's the Elkhead portion, and then going upriver to the Stagecoach releases. This effort goes all the way back to 2012. It's an effort to increase flows and reduce temperatures in the Yampa, upper Yampa. We've seen an increasing need for these releases, even in last year after the relatively wet winter. They released water for those benefits. They have an existing 5 and 10 loan agreement with the CWCB, and this grant would be to basically fill in the years when they can't use that 5 and 10. So that's the intent of the grant with Stagecoach. In terms of why we think this is a good idea, both projects align with the mission, our policies, our strategic plan. It aligns with our effort to try to get those Elkhead releases from what was initially a River District funded pilot project, and now we're seeing it evolve into something that's funded by outside parties. So it's in line with that goal. The enabling releases for the environment, that gives us a little bit more flexibility, because in reality, calls on the Yampa are uncommon. So this gives some flexibility to put that water to beneficial use, and that also has good implications for the enterprise. And then lastly, in terms of allowing the water trust to manage this water, there's a benefit there of having a single entity have that flexibility that depending on hydrology in a given year, they can elect to release more from Stagecoach or Elkhead. It just gives more flexibility to adapt to situations in any given year. So the funding is for 2,000 acre feet from Elkhead. We will fund 25% of that maximum in any given year. And at Stagecoach, it's 5,100 acre feet, similar, the same percentage, 25% max in any given year. Are there any questions about the CFP portion of the memo? Or should I move on to the water marketing? So in order to do this with Elkhead, we need a little bit of an unusual water marketing contract. We've actually done something really similar a few years ago with Water Trust, but typically our standard contract is for a take-or-pay pump contract, where the contractee pays for the water, whether they use it or not, but that comes with a relative guarantee that they'll have that water available. This is kind of flips that so that the Water Trust will only pay for the water that is released out of the reservoir, but they don't have any guarantee that that water will be there. So that benefits them, but it also benefits us because it means that we're still able to serve other users, consumptive users, ag or whoever else, in contract with them up until the Water Trust has released that water. So we've done this before. I think it makes sense, so we're recommending that. And another reason is we also have a limit of 250 acre feet, and this would be a contract for 2,000. So we're requesting a 3-year contract for 2,000 acre feet out of Elkhead with the Colorado Water Trust.
Comments or questions for Hunter or the team?
Madam Chair, I'm gonna recuse myself from this.
Okay.
Stagecoach.
All right, so we'll note that Director Munger is recusing
Want me to leave?
himself
I'll
from
just
the
be quiet.
vote. You could just.
Looking forward to saying that all the
Director Gray.
Well, this is a great step in another direction. And quite a few years ago, the favorite complaint on the EMP was, we don't have enough storage. But we could all look and see that, well, the storage we have, we're not using. And the river fund came into being, which was a tough sell to get everybody on board with. But the recognition that when the water's low for one entity, chances are it's low for everybody that has a different interest. And we do have some storage that we're not using, and we need to be funding the releases because we all recognize that storage doesn't happen without cost. And so those who own that storage need to recover some cost. So this is really a step in the right direction. That river fund is really taken off, and we're getting to the point where we can have those river fund or other type meetings in the community where we're all on the same page. Let's just get the water in the river. And there's a little bit of a mess. Well, when are we gonna put it in the river and to what use? Well, we've recognized that it benefits everybody at the right times when it's low for everybody. So this is a great progression, I think. The one caveat I told Hunter all along is, and he mentioned it, was let's not forget that we need the call prevention is still a piece of this, and that we'll be monitoring to make sure that we don't lose sight of that as a refuge purpose as well. So anyway, I make a motion to approve.
Okay, so you are moving to approve the community funding partnership portion?
Well, both.
Let's do them one at a time,
Okay,
just so we're
yeah,
clear.
okay.
Second.
All right, moved by Gray, second by Winery to approve the community funding partnership staff recommendation of $218,587. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, you can't. I'll make a motion on the marketing staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, moved by Gray, second by Richard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion's approved. Thank you all.
Do you have one more voting on?
One more vote.
One more item, Hunter, you can just stay up and run right through it.
And I'm gonna be joined by my sharply dressed colleague, Sam Callahan here. We have the same voice.
You guys-
Is that a new dress code here?
I did go to, parochial school a little bit when I was a kid, so I just.
Can we Sam, can you get a pair of glasses?
I know.
You guys have some way to tell us apart. So we're presenting on a Wolford Mountain Project memo. Includes a few things. We've got an update on our comprehensive dam safety evaluation of the dam, a contract request related to our wastewater treatment systems, and then a couple of maintenance items that Sam is going to cover.
If I could ask, just take the contract request first.
Okay.
So that if someone needs to hit the road, they can do that.
Okay.
But then provide the update on the rest of it.
Okay, so hit the contract, take the vote, okay.
Yes, please.
So the wastewater treatment system request is related to our range of wastewater treatment systems. We have the project, we have septic tanks, composting units, dry vaults. Those periodically need to be pumped out. It's not a pretty job, but it is necessary. We've been working with McDonald Farms Enterprises for a number of years, since 2019. They've done a great job. They've got great service, and they also have some specialized equipment that we need for our particular units up there. So we are requesting a 3-year $75K CSA for waste pumping services with McDonald Enterprises, Inc.
And is that per year or total?
That's total for a 3-year CSA.
Other questions? Motion.
Move staff recommendation, Monger. Second.
Motion by Munger, second by Vandenbrink. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion's approved.
If any directors need to leave, you can pick up lunch that you can eat on your way home or on your way to your next job, wherever you're headed, in the other kitchen. So.
Yes, and thanks for hanging in there for the extra time to get them folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
And then the next thing I want to cover is a quick update on our comprehensive dam safety evaluation. We had planned to conduct that in April, just a couple of weeks ago, but after some consulting with the dam safety branch, we decided to postpone that until September of this year. We will, of course, come back to the board and provide an update on the results of that at the October quarterly meeting. That has been postponed. Okay. And then I'll hand it over to Sam.
All right, thanks, Hunter. So I just have a few updates on maintenance projects that are underway or anticipated at Wolford Reservoir. So 2 of these involve our gates on the intake tower. One is with the maintenance building. I'll start with the main gate. So we are doing some work to repair and refurbish the structure that operates, that raises and lowers the main gate on the dam. So for those who aren't aware, the main gate is on the bottom of the intake tower on the upstream side. So this is controls the opening between the open water in the reservoir and the water in the intake tower. So it's what allows water to pass into the intake tower before it heads downstream. And it's operated by an assembly of 3 main components. There's a motor, an actuator, and a gear operator. And last summer, our caretakers found that the actuator was leaking oil. So we sent the whole assembly off to be inspected and have some routine maintenance done and any repairs that were necessary. Those repairs have been completed. The motor and the actuator needed some minor repairs. Those were recently completed. The gear operator, while it was functioning at the time, they did find damage that was not able to be repaired, and it's the sort of damage that leaves it liable to seize up without warning. And so really the only option there was to replace the gear operator. So that's the one thing we're waiting on. It should arrive at the end of the month, and then we'll reinstall the whole assembly as soon as possible thereafter. And for the main gate, the total cost for all this work is coming to about $54,000. So are there any questions on the main gate before I move on to the next gate?
Just real quickly, is there a manual way to
There is a
past
manual
that?
way, but only if the actuator is still attached.
And you gotta be Hulk Hogan and.
Yeah, exactly. We, I think our caretakers tested it just to see how long it would take, and it took about 10 hours to open it with the hand.
Oh,
opening.
my.
Hours.
Yeah, it's not really meant to be done that way.
We, yeah,
The
yeah,
restroom team up there.
those are big gates too.
How big is that gate?
Ours takes
It's
14,000.
about, I think, 16,000 pounds with the stem included above it, so it's pretty heavy. It's 8 feet by 8 feet.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so I'll move on to the next piece, which is similar. So this is working on the same equipment, but for the guard gate. So this is the other of the two large gates we have at the bottom of the intake tower. This is on the downstream side, so it essentially remains open at all times. This is the only way that we have to release water through the conduit and downstream to the downstream outlet works on the downstream side of the dam. The only other way to release if this is closed is to spill. So this is pretty essential to regular dam operations. It's also important for safety because we can, it's the quickest way to close water off from the conduit if we need to inspect the conduit, if we suspect some kind of problem, or need to stop all releases for some other reason. So this gate, we haven't seen any damage with the equipment that operates the gate, but it's the same age as the equipment on the main gate, meaning it's original from when the dam was first built. So it's seen some use and some wear, likely similar to what we saw on the main gate. So we want to send it in before long to be inspected, do some routine maintenance, and see again if there's other damage that we don't see evidence of, like we saw on the main gate. The only issue with the guard gate is it's a bit more complicated, again, because it has to remain open at all times. And without the actuator attached, like Director Monga brought up, there's no way to open or close the gate. And if you want to remove the equipment, you have to first close the gate. So it's pretty complicated to do this work. We've looked at a couple contingency plans, and it turns out it looks like the most economical plan is simply to replace all the equipment and send the existing equipment off to be refurbished for use as spares for the future if we need to, yeah. So this is likely to come up in the future. We'll need to do routine maintenance again. So that's the plan tentatively for now. There's no set timeline yet. We're working with our counterparts at Denver Water and the Dam Safety Branch of the State Engineer's Office just to make sure we have everything lined up well. And that's the plan. It's expected to cost around $115,000, given that we're doing the same work plus replacing the equipment. But that could happen as soon as this fall when inflows and demands decline. But again, we're still kind of finalizing that plan.
Questions?
And Denver Water's participating in the overall cost?
Yes. And we've kept them abreast of all of this in our weekly meetings. They're well informed.
Just a comment, and I guess this is a great demonstration of why dams are so darn expensive to operate and own. What seems like a simple component all of a sudden is 6 digits. So, and this is just to run a gate, so.
Not cheap. All right, so I just have one more item. This is the maintenance building at Wolford Reservoir. It's currently without heat in the largest space that we have. So there's an office and a garage. The office is heated with propane, and the garage is heated with a series of large electric radiant heaters. Those have been inoperable through this past winter, so we've been using space heaters in the meantime and extra layers. But that's where the caretakers spend a lot of their time when they're in that building. So because it's such a large component of the building's heating system, and it's already electric, we've taken the opportunity to explore the possibility of electrification of the whole building's heating requirements. So we see a few benefits in that, from not relying on propane delivery, which is operating more efficiently. The system, if we install an electric system in the office, it would also provide cooling with the same system that would heat the office, as well as a number of other benefits. So we contracted with a company called MSS Solutions to design a few all-electric options, to issue RFPs, and to provide recommendations on the bids that we received from contractors. They recently completed 2 all-electric options with input from staff and issued RFPs last week and expect to get all bids by early May. At that time, we plan to select a contractor and complete any upgrades or replacements as soon as possible, ideally before the next heating season, so we can stop using space heaters and big jackets.
Comments, questions?
So do you have any concerns about power outages, letting things freeze up?
That is non-existent. That is a possibility. We do still have the capability of using space heaters, I think, in that case. I guess.
So is there enough?
Generators up there, yeah. Okay, yeah, honestly, I'm not sure what.
Is there enough power to that from?
There is. So we've had a couple designs, and one of them we would have to upgrade our power to three-phase, but the more realistic plan would use what we currently have in place.
That would be my, yeah, thanks.
All right, anything else? Thank you, Hunter and Sam. We will take a break to get our lunches together and maybe just grab lunch and come back in and get started again in 15 minutes, like 12:45.
We have the whole policy discussion.
Oh, I forgot
We
about
skipped
that.
over, we
Yeah.
moved that.
Yeah.
We're not asking for action on the policies, but we do need to have your input, so.
Going to move back to agenda item number 10, our annual policy review discussion, and say thank you for waiting until the end of the meeting. We're all yours now.
Members of the board may remember that at your first quarterly meeting, there were some technical difficulties with the track changes in your packet. And so rather than trying to wade through it together in the moment, we decided to postpone. I believe there was a blizzard bearing down on us as well, so. So this is your first pass on policies. You've got 7 total policies up for review this cycle. And I'm happy to provide comments. Maybe I'll just start with, per usual, staff on first pass tries to update and make sure that the policies are timely. No major changes other beyond that, and some, every once in a while, we find a grammatical fix that needs to be made. All of those changes are tracked in red. There was still a technical difficulty with your board packet in that many of the track changes were different colors. We figured it out and it'll be resolved in the future, but you do have a hard copy in front of you with the same color of all changes. So the first policy for review is agricultural water use. My practice is to just let you all provide feedback if you see any concerns or have any concerns with the changes or additions made by staff. I welcome your input on those. Also, if there's anything missing or any additions that you see fit, staff is welcome to hear that, or can hear that now and come back to you at your third quarterly meeting with revisions.
You seeking feedback?
Yep.
The first red line says in local ownership. Give a definition of local ownership.
We don't have a definition of local ownership. One thing that we have found is that the unique, one of the unique values of Western Slope Ag is that more than 90% of agricultural operations on the Western Slope are locally or family owned. That is, I think, a characteristic we seek to preserve. So drawing from some of those findings from our secondary economic impact study, that we believe were not present when we last reviewed this in 2021, so dropped it in there.
Can I ask, is like 80% of the private lands in Uray County are owned by out-of-state interests? And that's the majority of the water rights and private land, so. You know, they have local management, but.
They do fall under those lands fall under an owner-operator for the most part. They're, the owner has staff who is operating. the
Yeah, and a Colorado LLC.
But you're right, they're not locally owned. That's it.
happy to strike that if other board members see a similar concern. Also happy to try to work with the team to better define that if you feel necessary.
Comments, questions?
I just have a question and a thought. Because we're seeing, as we talked yesterday, that some type of reduced consumptive use program is gonna be ongoing probably or that's what the Upper Basin has agreed to. And our policy of voluntary, temporary, and compensated. Do we need to flesh out what temporary means? Does that mean temporary on any one piece of land? In other words, my field can only participate 3 out of 10 years or something, or is it temporary globally, Western Slope, that our policy, or do we not know? Because as we begin to take positions or a lobby for, okay, there's gonna be a program, whether it has any kind of sideboards on it or not, which we'll be promoting that idea. Is that a legitimate thought, that what does temporary mean? And where are we gonna stand as we need to take stands?
Our direction from the board previously on that, you can think back about the demand management statements, policy statements, conceptual marketplace documents that the board developed. The concept in those didn't address the length of the overall program, or it's either temporary or or perpetual existence. It did talk about specific lands and operations being temporary. So certainly we could use guidance from the board, and we could tee that up for a discussion at some point, but that, I would say the length of the program is probably something we could take a position on. I'm not sure if it matters in the bigger picture if we do.
Well,
but I hear you, and I think it would be fair to take that. I mean, if you take the premise that the supply is shrinking and the demands are either stable or growing, a program like this is hard to imagine something that isn't a long-running program, right? And that's if that premise is correct. And so it just raises some questions as to what really is going on. And I think that's one of the concerns, right, about the voluntary temporary compensated mantra from us in the state. Temporary how, right? I mean, that really, is it a temporary reduction in total irrigated ag?
Right.
Or is it a permanent reduction but temporary on different people's operations?
That's where I'm getting.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And at a more medium scale,
yeah,
is it temporary for, one landowner or several landowners, or temporary within a system, within the irrigation system? You could have some, 30% of the land be fallowed in the Uncompahgre system, just by hypothetically. And, and it's rotating, it's temporary on each individual parcel, but it's permanent year in, year out over the entire system.
Exactly. Well, and let me tell you what, my experience back, many years back to when Conservation Reserve Program came out, those were 10-year contracts, so they're not permanent. And I'm talking more in the dryland farming areas of the state, because that's where I originally came from. And so it met the criteria, this isn't permanent, but the guys that got in those contracts stayed for 40 years because they just kept getting extended. And those of us watching that, watched those guys with those contracts buying out the guys who didn't have contracts because there was so much better money just getting some mailbox money every year. And others having, well, I have some highly erodible soil because that was the original premise of why you're in CRP. But the county percentage that was allowed to be in the program was already filled, and they gave preference to the current contracts that were already in place. I know it's a different program, but we want to be very careful that we don't have the people with the most initiative and political savvy that get these contracts, and then they just, it becomes that. It becomes exactly that, which,
And I think our work today on the temporary as to any given plot of land addresses that perpetual non-farming on a property because of government subsidies,
but I hope so, but yeah.
but it's a good flag.
Well, it is a good flag, Tom, and I was thinking about the purpose of it is for the CRP was erodible land and conservation of erodible. So they're getting that goal. For this goal, it's to prevent buy and drive, permanent buy and drive. So
permanently on one piece of land or permanently state,
so,
you know.
So the permanently on one piece of land, making that temporary or having a window that it can operate in, and then it makes it so it's not a buy and drive program. Because I've kept hearing, oh, the SCPP is a form of buy and drive. Well, hopefully the temporary component of that resolves that issue and makes it so it's not permanent. Because having that as an option, that's an option for any landowner. Any landowner, whether we like it or not, can go, you know, I'm not gonna irrigate this year.
Yeah.
Or rather, I'm gonna build a subdivision, or I'm gonna sell it to whomever is in my district and move the water off.
Yeah.
If I so choose. Because of this demand that's created on the river system, if we answer the demand in another way, by rotational fallowing or deficit irrigation, hopefully that's not every year on the same piece of ground or within the same district. That's hard to pin down, but.
And the proportionality and the equal opportunity part that we've always lobbied for, and you know, we have these hedge funds now that would gladly put theirs in forever for the right price. And would have the most initiative or the ability to make sure they were at the head of the line. So, I don't know, just back to our policy, we're getting, I'm sorry to take you so far in the weeds, but I just was thinking on policy and the agriculture water use, if any address needs to be made to our definition of temporary. Just asking.
I'm happy to think through it and work with Peter or Andy to see if there's a touch-up we can make.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. That's fine. Whether it mattered, and Andy asked the right question, does it really matter? It appears none of it matters, you know?
Don't mean to sound pessimistic.
Well, when we started this, it was an alternative to buy and dry. So it was anything, it was temporary, just so that it wasn't acquisition.
And one of our board members who's probably on the floor of the House right now would let everybody know that he's not sure there's a difference between buy and dry and lease and cease. So.
Well, yeah, we've heard that, but I've just. It rhymes, but I don't know if I've never seen it happen.
Well, if you lease permanently as described under the CRP by Tom, you know, even.
The effect's the same.
You know, our board has discussed this, that even at 10 years it's a high unlikelihood that property ever coming back into ag production if it's been out of production. If it's, and that's why when we've gotten involved in these discussions about loans and fallowing, we've been looking at a limitation on 2 to 5 years on some of these programs to try to encourage people to keep land in production. That is always a private property owner's choice, right? It's not ours.
Yeah, not ours.
But to encourage.
Yes, yeah, and not incentivize the opposite. Yeah.
All right, we ready to move on?
Yep, sorry.
Next policy for initial review by the board is Colorado River Storage Project Act. No changes to the policy statements, although we did drop in some additional language at the very end of the background and discussion section.
That's a
Yep.
great addition.
Good one, yeah.
Director Monk.
I guess my question, and this is a pet peeve of mine, whether that's strong enough wording, language. And especially when I reread our strategic plan from 2018 and the reference to those reservoir projects being as our compensatory storage for the Front Range TMDs. And so now, I just, especially when I voiced my concern yesterday about the lower basin, thinking that's their water too, so I just asking the question whether it's strong enough.
Just a point of clarification that the initial CRISP units are, were intended to provide water for all of the upper basin states, not just in Colorado, and all Colorado water users, including TMDs, to develop Colorado or the upper basin's compact entitlement. They're not specific to the Trans Mountain Diversion and compensatory storage provisions. Those
Okay, so maybe I read that wrong in the strategic plan.
Although there was a little horse trading that went on at the time, it's not really expressly embodied in the legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on that one?
No comments? Okay. No changes to the third policy for review prior appropriation. This is a policy that has, I think, served us well and remained relevant since it was initially adopted well before my arrival here.
Comments?
Hearing none. The next is federal water rights. This was last reviewed in 2021. No changes from staff. Again, I think this is one of those policies that has served staff well and has remained relevant in its current form. Obviously open to hearing more from you all.
I do have something. I'm sorry for stammering and stuttering there. Does this federal water right include the federal reserve water rights for the tribal properties?
Yes.
For the tribes as well? I may not have seen that in your.
No, I don't think that's intended, no.
Okay.
To cover that.
Okay, that's all I was looking for.
I could be wrong, it's been a little bit since I've read that.
The background does reference
the Winters doctrine.
Case.
Okay, as the origination of the reserve rights doctrine, but not as to the applicability of our policy with respect to federal reserve water rights within the river district boundaries. We don't have any tribal reservations, obviously, within our boundaries. And so I think that with respect to the application of the policy, the original intent, as I understood it, was to apply to federal reserve water rights such as wilderness, forest service, national park, etc.
And it really is directed towards future withdrawals or reservations of land. So staff has used this at the board's direction, this policy numerous times when we've got involved in wild and scenic designations with national conservation area designations. We have pushed language that the board had developed previously to try to follow this policy very closely. A number of examples that we've worked with recently on this, and we'll continue to, that's.
So Zane, do you think we need to expand any of the language to give an example? For example, the Deep Creek Wild and Scenic, that federal designations should be encouraged to keep water locally, or some of those, because this talks about minimum amount, but we also try to.
Yeah, I wonder whether that type of language might fit better in background and discussion and maybe take some of the focus off of the Winters doctrine. I'm happy to blame Chris Treese for that background section that was around when he was around.
But now you get to own it.
Now I get to own it, so, and change it.
Right.
But I wonder whether that might, a reworking of the background and discussion section might be in order.
Right. Okay, anything else on that one? Right, fish recovery, Colorado River recovery, sorry.
Some minor changes to the Upper Colorado River Recovery Program policy within the policy statement, just to make it updated and relevant to some of the district's current priorities.
I'm terribly sorry to interrupt. Board members and staff, I'm sorry, I'm gonna excuse myself. The flight to catch, my ride has informed me that she is.
Leaving your flight?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
I mean,
You going somewhere?
Yeah, where are you going?
It depends on your definition of fun, but yeah, you think so.
Jason.
Is it important?
Peter, is that your board?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Oh, it's not.
Once in a life.
Thank you, though.
What is he going about it?
You can see it here.
See it, thank you.
All right, Director Chavez.
Speaking of the issue of SCPP and impact of the ground water projects on the sending water to the Front Range essentially, right, or reducing the amount of water flowing in the Colorado River. Do we need to address the impact of those types of programs on the recovery program? How
I
it's
didn't hear the
going to-
first part of your comments.
So under SCPP and the Grand Valley projects, the projects that have ultimately ended up in sending water to the Front Range, and the impact that those projects will have on flows in the river, does that need to be, just throwing it out there? I mean, that.
I think that's a good flag. Let us, if you don't mind, let us look at it and we'll bring back some discussion in July. I think that's a good.
Great.
And just to be clear in my notes, impacts of additional diversion, out of basin diversions to the available flows for the recovery program.
Available river flows. I mean, because it's a recovery program policy, the unintended consequences of federally sponsored water marketing programs should not deplete the flows in the river in the endangered fish habitat.
Or other transfers.
Yeah, or other transfers. But that I think was your point. And the endangered fish habitat, just to be clear, in the main stem of Colorado, because that's where we're seeing these impacts right now, it's not just the 15-mile reach, it's from Rifle all the way down to the state line within our state. So it's a pretty big stretch that can be depleted based on unintended consequences where TMDs or others pick up water and get it out of the basin.
I like the addition of the Shoshone bullet there.
Yes.
How did you know?
Saw right through it.
Any other comments on that one? All right, speculation.
Speculation, this was, is a relatively new policy statement for the board. It was adopted in 2021 for the first time. No suggested changes at this time. Open to feedback and changes from the board.
Do we want to put names in there of who we want to specifically point out as speculating?
Sure. The minute we do, we'll have a different.
Will be outdated. Needs to remain evergreen.
Yeah, broader, I think, is better. And I mean, the state has anti-speculation statutory case law that defines this. I had some thoughts on this when I was looking through my notes, but I can't find it. So just carry on. If I find those, I'll just email them to you.
I think speculation is actually getting to be quite a popular mindset and thought process for people coming into Colorado. And how they're speculating is not normal for what you would believe.
Right.
I believe I have some in my basin that I've kind of seen some unique uses of their water, and I'm like, why? But then you see the history of where these individual owners come from, you're like, well, that kind of makes sense.
Or their understanding of Colorado water law.
Yes.
And that's what I think the broader and the river district's role, stepping in to help guard against those things, because even in my neighborhood, we've had landowners that sold the land, withheld the water rights, in the hopes of selling it. There's no market, good luck, put it on eBay, whatever, you're not gonna, there's not a demand for it. But it was kind of a speculative move that ended up sort of drying up with the intent of drying up land. But then also we've had reservoir projects that have been pushed with the intent of selling that water to Las Vegas or name your down basin entity, and spent a lot of money to try to get to that end, but were unsuccessful eventually.
We're currently opposing a water filing in Division 4, correct?
That's been, the judge disposed of that.
Judge disposed of that. We're opposing.
Oh, I'm well aware
Yeah, you
of
know
that
that,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, and the DWR owns that one
Yeah.
wholly, yeah.
Director, you said what I was thinking, but you just said it, so, but I'm not gonna deny that, that's exactly what I'm seeing.
But there's all
And
sorts of
some,
like weird.
but their creativity with pre-compact water rights that I'm seeing, I'm like, wow, that's pretty darn good, that's pretty good, and, I could tell one heck of a story, and yeah, it's kind of tinfoil hat, but yet everything lines out when you look at everything laying there, so they're great and creative. These are business people.
Or I think they are.
No, they are.
Well,
They're pretty good at it.
They might be good at some business.
Yes, yeah.
Right, and the last one is multi-benefit water projects.
Just a couple of minor changes. One to update in reference to our 2020 ballot measure 7A, and then one at the very end that Amy and her team felt appropriate. I'll defer to her for an explanation of that.
Sure, I'll just add a quick reminder to the board that in January, we talked during our CFP agenda item about a suite of changes, one to the multi-benefit water projects policy, along with the framework and guidelines that we take every January, and this addition is going to be consistent throughout the CFP framework guidelines and this board level policy. And to talk about what it means in practice in terms of prioritizing funding for projects that demonstrate multiple benefits and impact multiple beneficiaries. We think that's the way we operate the community funding partnership now, and it was feedback we received on adding some of those clarification and consistency throughout our documents. So we did not bring those back to the board for action at this meeting during our CFP agenda so that we could stay in the same pace as the board policies, given that this is the first discussion with the board.
Any comments?
Do you have any, as staff, do you have any difficulty, because what we've seen in both roundtable and even the River Fund proposals is there's a lot of creativity to try to show multiple benefits, and you're kind of like, really? Do you see that in the proposals as, yeah, this is multiple benefit because my grandmother loves looking at it and the benefits her, I don't know, something, it's really vague and creative?
I think through our CFP process, we have that pre-application conversation where as staff, we try to work with water users if we feel like we can bolster the project to look at opportunities for multiple benefits. And so with this language, it was important to us that it wouldn't preclude projects that are on the aging infrastructure front. And we often see that those meet multiple benefits by increasing water efficiency or supporting productive agriculture, improving watershed health. So I think in most cases, we do see that the projects that come to us truly do meet multiple benefits. And that's where I think we have both myself and Melissa and also the tech team available to work with water users.
Don't forget your management and legal team.
And our management and legal team.
Ready to call a spade a spade when we haven't seen many that get by Amy and Melissa and their filtering, but we do occasionally see. What is this?
I would add that I think one of our protections against some of that over creativity are having well-defined categories as listed here. At the federal level, of anecdote, we've seen an increased push for multi-benefit project or multi-benefit legislation that will direct already appropriated federal funding to projects that are multi-benefit, but in this case are really just multi-environmental benefit. For productive ag or for infrastructure or other areas. And so
Within that
I think for us, the control that we have or that you have over the district's financial resources, having those well-defined categories gives us a level of protection.
Multi-benefit does not mean, multiple species of fish or, or bird and a fish. It's ag and healthy river. It's watershed health and infrastructure.
Well, I know it's late in the day here, or late in the meeting at least. I asked that question as if I want to really hammer home, we've got to have that multiple benefit criteria always 100%. But what we've seen even within our roundtable, we have multiple benefits, and we started repairing head gates and stuff where there was fish passage and recreation boat passage, and they were all multiple benefit. But we're going to use those up. And there's a lot of other infrastructure that there's nobody rafting there. There's no fish really that's been affected. And yet, I think we all recognize this is a holistic system that good being able to turn your water off and turn it back on when you can't, when you're supposed to, and not have to just throw a tarp in there and hope it works. Is beneficial, multiple benefits, but it's harder to identify. So I was almost being devil's advocate of, we are probably gonna have to get creative or else change and be willing to fund single benefit projects, acknowledging that in the long run, the whole system will benefit.
Director Gray, that exact discussion was part of the drought task force. And that same concern, because the recommendation was to fund aging infrastructure repair. And then the commentary was it's not always multi-benefit. Sometimes it's just a head gate or a ditch or a pipeline that needs fixed. But it, it has global benefit, but it doesn't necessarily meet the multi-benefit. So there was some concurrence for that, I would think, out of the drought task force. So Director Chavez and then Director.
And I think that's part of what our discussion was, Amy, back in January too, that, I think we need to look at some of the projects too. It might just be improving the Arch Ditch Headgate, which supports 1,500 acres of benefit versus, we have smaller multi-benefit projects, that might have some benefit to the stream or the riparian area, but only support 100 acres.
Yeah, or 10 or something.
Yeah, really keeping that in mind, that helps productive agriculture, and you will, if you could better manage that headgate, you will benefit the stream, and those more global kind of things that you see following something like this.
Yeah, and well, connected with that is, as we've talked about the grants this morning, the cost of things are making agricultural, in particular, that's my hat, I'll confess, it's making it really tough for agricultural producers to do a project that's single benefit. Yeah, it just benefits their ditch or whatever, but it's not gonna get fixed unless they get some help, because it's too expensive. So.
Director Vandenbrink.
Just as we move forward with permitting, and I'll tell you just from what I've seen, you have agencies that are out there, if Colorado keeps going where they're going, they want to have a single purpose and need for things that they want to permit. So, yeah, you can see the one side where they want multi-purpose, but yet you've got other federal agencies saying, no, we don't like that. You're gonna keep refining it until you get down more. And that goes with USDA as well. That's what they really like, because it makes their job a lot easier. So. And that's straight from the horse's mouth to me. All right.
Yeah.
This is something we've struggled with mightily at the roundtable. We've got some base roundtable about the issue of funding singular purpose projects. I think we've done a good job of navigating it just because we have, done a little bit of what the district is doing and talking to the producers, but I think the the way this, the River District staff handles this and having the pre-meeting and really thinking through this is the best way to start the
That's
project.
great. Works.
But Mr. Director Gray is absolutely right. There's places like, I was just talking to Melissa about a headgate project in Uray County that could use funding, and there aren't fish in this area.
No
one-
rafting.
I mean, I've rafted it, but I don't suggest other people do it. It's not wise. But I do think that there's something that, you know, you could encourage these producers or these projects to include things that are transferable to other projects. Irrigation innovation, I was just online this morning trying to find an automated head gate for a project I'm working on. And I thought, you know, that might be useful for this particular producer that's moving tarps around, and one of these irrigators is like 80 years old and sometimes relies on me to go out there and move stuff around. So I think that there's things that could be transferable we could learn from, and that could be enough to make it multi-benefit.
Well, and I think, oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. So, you know, when we've struggled with the down ditch stuff too, and some of those can even have multiple benefits by cleaner water and more efficient use of the water and the rest. And so, I mean, I've struggled with down ditch stuff, but there's a lot of things that can be done with down ditch stuff that might be out of our bailiwick but yeah, so I mean, the one that we just did today was a down ditch. That was halfway down the 7 mile ditch, something like that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the delivery system.
I think just keeping in mind, Amy, when we see these projects too, with the history on them, you may have just the diversion structure being completed at one point, but then subsequently you might have the stream restoration that comes in later, right? And so I think when you look at a reach or a reach level kind of benefits, we talked about this too, that those are great. Can you just see things keep happening up or down that stream system or along that reach that really help to improve the hydrologic function of the system health and all that other stuff? Those are great to see.
Yeah.
Any other feedback on this one?
That's all she wrote. We'll be back with some some touch-ups on ag water rights, a revision to the background and discussion on federal water rights. And I think those are my major assignments here, as well as some language as requested by Director Chavez in the recovery program policy.
I didn't know whether this is more appropriate for the strategic planning process or whatever, but, you know, looking through this, I think some of, you know, policy statement on recreation, policy statement on the River District's position about water quality, so not salinity and salinity, which we focus on a lot, but do we have a broader policy on water quality? And then my third thing was just education and outreach, or educated citizenry, or, you know, what, I mean, if this is guiding what the district does, you know, that we consider it important to put forth resources to help continue to educate our public and stuff. So I didn't know about whether that was something that the rest of the board might desire to see. Or if this is
Well, we got the
separate.
water smart thing.
You're thinking in terms of policies like.
And we do have existing policies on recreational water use and water quality. All of our policies, so as a matter of practice, the board reviews 1/3 of the existing policies on a triennial basis. So it's rotating over. Next year, you'll receive another third year, you will have been through the full tranche. I think it's linked in your board memo, but all policies are available at coloradoriverdistrict.org/policies.
So I do want to say, Sonia, that question is not your fault, it is mine, because I have sitting in my queue of things to do to get you the new director binder, which has all of our policies in it, along with our strategic plan and so they're in there, and we'll get to that to you. But that's, and as as we said during the orientation the other day, these policies are what let us do business between meetings, right? It's how we know what positions to take and where to head. You might think sometimes we're just totally rogue, but we actually pay attention to policies.
And they remind directors when they forget.
They really do.
We do occasionally.
You did that yesterday. I'm glad you did though.
But I think Director Chavez, it's a good idea for our strategic planning when we get into that to look holistically at all of those policies and do we need to
Are we
kind of
missing
any of
them?
them, or are we missing them?
Well, I want to just thank you all for another long quarterly meeting. We have we are not planned to see the entire board until the July 16th, 17th meeting. We're excited about that. We actually,
I'm not saying us.
no, we said I've seen you in July.
Oh, we'll be
Sorry.
seeing you.
Whether you like it or not, you'll be hearing from us and seeing us on Zoom at the bi-weekly legislative calls for at least for a little while here. We're gonna, as I said, set one up for next Thursday at noon. But we do have a few State of the River meetings coming up that are that are listed there in the agenda. I did want to flag for those of you for long-term planning, we have set the date for both the budget workshop and the annual water seminar. That's September 19th and 20th in Grand Junction. We do, budgeting is maybe not the greatest, most exciting thing that we do, but it is probably one of the more important things we do in terms of transparency and responsibility. And I would just ask that you block that off on your calendar, the 19th and 20th of September. We are working on the seminar. In fact, after yesterday's board meeting, our staff met before dinner and worked through some of the details on the seminar. So we're in full gear to get that moving. And I just, again, want to thank you for being here. We do have some requests to bring folks in next quarter. We're going to try to have the new state engineer, Jason Ullman. Many of you know Jason from his work in Division 4, and then when he went up and was a assistant state engineer or deputy state engineer, I'm not sure what his title was previously, but he, I think it would be good to hear directly from him as well as some others in July. So if anything comes up, let us know. And,
So your comment about the budgeting's a lot better after 7A.
Isn't it weird?
If nothing else could be said, it's a lot better than that.
Our budgeting is a lot better, and so frankly is our ability to help our constituents. You just approved a record number of CFP board level grants, and we couldn't have done any of that prior to 7A.
And my board let me know that they are like, thank you, this is a huge charge for them. It's leveraged a lot of funds, it's really helped, so, and 7A it's proving to prove what it was intended for.
Yep, it is, I believe, one of the rare instances of a government saying they're gonna do something and actually
Been doing it.
Yeah.
7B, anyone?
All right, we stand adjourned.
Okay, no, that's fine, adjourn, go ahead. I just want to put a plug in for Director Richard's invitation to have Perry Cabot come and give a report out. Because I think as we're all looking and thinking about different crops and different, partial year irrigations and different things, the results of that would be pretty informative, I think. And I'd like to see that happen as well.
Especially when we're all getting bashed about using 50% of the water on, I don't even have any irrigated alfalfa. My irrigated alfalfa is dryland alfalfa.
Anything else for the good of the order? All right, we are adjourned. Safe travels home. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Sinkholes on the other side.